Well, good morning. Excited to be here today and work through your show, and we'll get right after it here. And young lady with the barrow closest to me just excels the class in terms of proper frame width, dimension. You study this barrow down his back. He's got good spread. He's got good mass. He could come at you just a little wider in his knee. He could square him up just a bit from behind, freshen that one's back just a bit to be a killer. But he's certainly the combination pig here that needs to start the class. The young lady's white barrow, certainly the one that just excels this particular class in terms of width of skeleton. You study this guy. He is busted open in his chest. He's wide and dimensional through that center section of his body cavity. He's got massive spread and width and muscle when you get up on top of him. He's just a little more jammed up in terms of the way he's put together. Like to clean that one up through his throat latch, maybe extend him out his hip just a little, let him hinge just a nickel better off his rear leg, but certainly the power dimension fit job, really like what that lady's done and brought to the table. And again, a purple ribbon. As we get into our Yorkshire Gilt here, this one probably suits me, in terms of frame and extension, more like our class winner. I like her pattern. I like her basic build and design, that elevation up front at the point of her shoulder, that length and that neat look and profile she gives you when she's off to the side. She's athletic. She's appropriate in terms of her fat to muscle ratios. She's just a little tighter in her gut, and sometimes when we get those hogs, they're just a little longer in their side and have a little more skeletal extension. They just lack that internal dimension, and that's what lands her in third for me. We just need to see more of her when she comes at you, need to see a nickel more of her when she gets away from you, but certainly a high-quality pig that you talk about putting another 20, 30 pounds on that one, that lateness and maturity. She's certainly one that could be a big heavyweight and handle more weight. We close the class with a pig that has plenty of frame size to offer, one that is extra athletic in terms of the way it gets around the ring, but you can see there's just not enough internal dimension to this particular gilt. We need to stouten her up in her bone work, but more importantly, she just needs to come and go wider with a little more dimension and muscle throughout. Congratulations to all our exhibitors in our first class. Let's give them all a nice hand as they head back to the barn. So we jump into our second class here, a little more mix and match in terms of putting it together. The young lady that's on the far side of the ring from me there, that pig's the one that needs to start the class. First off, just the internal dimension that one has, just the added mass and width of skeleton coming at you and maintains that width of skeleton going back. Still gives you a neat clubby kind of show pig look when you get off to the side of that one. Maybe not the freshest in terms of its presentation. We'd certainly like to improve it there, and maybe one we like to just make a nickel bigger in its kind. But I think for this weight, this size, in the category that we're sitting in here, that's the pig that needs to start the class and kind of build the class around. You could kind of go some different directions from that. I choose to use the 382 exhibitor to come in second place, and it is because the center section of that pig's body cavity just kind of excels the ones that are going to fall in third and fourth. That added rib shape, that added dimension, that added sweep to the top side of that rib cage, coming just a little deeper in that forerib and maintaining a little more depth and pliability of center body. When you get back into the flank of that pig, you combine that pig naturally just has more width. There's a bigger chest, a wider knee in that one. He's stouter browed, he's stouter jawed. There's just more pig when you go there. He's starting to reach the verge of maybe where his fat cover's starting to overtake his muscle, his sharpness and freshness. The turn up to that top side of his loin there is where we like to improve that one. But just the dimension and overall product that one's going to take to the rail, if we did process these things, is where it chooses to line there. The biggest decision for me is who's going to be in third and fourth, and the young man's barrel in comparison to the young lady that's in four here. This one's just a little more correct in terms of the way it angulates and maneuvers off that front shoulder. Another tall-shouldered, long-bodied, neat-looking one from the side. Just lacks that internal dimension, that big cage, that big center, that productive look that we like to see in our market hogs. But there's an athletic one with frame that does have some product. Need to just have that one be more massive when it comes and goes to compete with the two that come in first and second. Young lady come out in four. Obviously the fitter in this particular group. You talk about one that is presented to a T and what we'd like to see them all look like, where the white should be white, it's white. Where it's black, it's shiny, it's fresh. Her presentation is very good, and I wanted to slide her up into third place because of that, but we're judging hogs today, and when we get into showmanship tomorrow, I'm sure those things are going to really help her out. That's a youthful-looking pig, in my opinion. Highly fitted, highly presented. Everything balances and everything's proportioned. I want to see that one just wider all the way through, have more meat and muscle. That one wants to get a little more upright on his front shoulder, as well as maybe one that just doesn't handle that length of hip and that hind leg quite as well as possible. Young lady, Barrow, that's kind of shooshing her way around the ring here. As we start working our way down, we're going to get into our red pigs as we get in here. Another pig in terms of build and design, form and function you have to like. That one's just getting a little stellar and a little plainer in terms of the way it presents muscle on its skeleton. And then we close the class with another sound, athletic one that actually balances up real well. That pig just gets a little frailer in terms of the way it takes its bone to the ground and to the foot, and maybe one you just like to level that hip out and make that rear leg just operate a little bit better. Nice class of belted pigs here. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Neat pair up here on the top end of this class, and fun to discuss because it is relatively close. But when you get down to it, the young lady that's over to my right, the 436 injury, that pig, there's just so much more to it when you get right down on it. Coming at you is where it starts. You see one that's just a little stouter in terms of its mug, one that's just got a little bit bigger jawline on it. Maybe more importantly, that one's got more split at the top side of its blade, maintains that width and that spread and that mass up high all the way down to the latter portion of the skeleton. You study the base portions of both of those pigs. That one comes at you wider base. That one leaves you wider base. Stronger down its top line in comparison to our barrow that's going to come in second place there, and yet still offers you a neat clubby look. Put some fitting spray on that one, sharpen and freshen that one's back shape up in terms of nutrition program. I think you really got something there because that one's starting to show just a little age. Maybe just looks a little plainer without that shine and without that crisp broad top. That's probably the hole that I'd poke in it, but that's a pretty good kind of hog that nutritionally we could get that one a little fresher back, and it would certainly help it in a show ring scenario. The young lady that comes in second here, I mean, she is an awesome showman. She's had that barrow stuck from the moment that he walks out in the ring, and that's what we're looking for when we get into these higher end stock shows, and when we're talking about a pig show. We want those heads elevated. We want those pigs to maintain that constant gait, and this young lady does a good job of that. I like that one's elevation up front. I like that one's extension up front. The basic skeleton of that pig in terms of frame size and proportions is very appropriate in what we're looking at. When you compare it to the class winner, there's not as much of this pig. That one needs to be opened up in its skeleton. That one needs to be a little stronger down its top line. It wants to just get a little lazy in there. And when you really study that pig and break it down, there's one that's maybe starting to show a little more age and maturity from the blade forward, in terms of top up at the pole there and down in that jowl area. That one's pushing just a little more bark or maybe a little more chub on it. And yet when you work your way back in the skeleton into that flank, that one wants to get a little tighter. Just falls a little out of balance when you get on the side with those couple things, but that's a very good hog with a very, very elite showman on top of it. The young man that's going to come out in third here, a pig that balances very well, a real smooth-sided one, high volumed, high capacity, big centered kind of barrow that's going to come out here next in this class. This one just wants to get a little more down-headed. He wants to roach up in his top just a bit, and basically this one just wants to be a booger to get out here and drive. If you could get that one's head elevated like we had in the pig right in front of it, that would kind of make that skeleton all come together down the top side, but it gives you that real archy view, makes it look like it's a little steeper in terms of its hip, which that pig naturally is, have a little more of that Hampshire hip back there being a little steeper. We'd like to lift that tail head up, but more importantly, we need to stouten that one up in its feature, have that one go to the ground with just a little bigger type of paw, and maybe when you get right in behind that one, yank that one open, but a very good blue ribbon pig right there. The young lady's pig that comes in next probably does just offer a little more look from the side in terms of levelness and in terms of straightness of lines. I do see there's a bigger blade, there's a bigger forearm, there's a little more substance of bone when you just study this particular barrow. He just gets a little plainer in terms of the way he presents his muscle on his skeleton. Sharpen that one up in his loin, have him have a little more in the seat of his pants when he gets away from you, and we could certainly elevate him up in this class. And then the young man who's going to close the class here actually has a pig that has more internal dimension, has more product, has more volume and capacity in comparison to the two right on top of it. Just thought this one got a little ill-made in terms of his structure. He wants to get lower fronted, wants to get heavier and kind of rounder and coarser up through that front end of his skeleton, wants to tighten up in his flank a bit, and maybe gets a little more average in muscle. But if you talk about a pig that's just genuine in terms of width of skeleton, in terms of spread and mass when you get up on top of him, and you're talking about growing hogs in mass numbers, that's the kind of pig you want to put on feed, and that'll make you good in terms of a commercial situation. Just needs to be a little sharper looking, a little clubbier when we're talking about a show ring. Congratulations, each of these guys. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back to their pins. We come out here to our champion drive. We got first and seconds out here, and 2 classes of hams, and you can see just a lot of quality to offer. We started off, our class winner here from the first class, just a big, stout, massive, powerful kind of barrow. Gives you a real clubby kind of look, and very, very popular right now. That frame size at this stage of the game, and the big question on him, is he big enough in his kind? Is he one that's going to stay neat enough and pretty enough and attractive enough up through that front end of his skeleton? And in today's industry, we probably really show this guy 2-3 weeks later. If you're talking about going to a big major show, not 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months later, to get that added maturity, and you could probably put that guy together and make him a pretty good one. Our class winner that's in contention from our heavy class over here, you talk about one that's at those max weights right now, and again, another one, elevation, look, proportions, that one suits you very well. Big, full center kind of body cavity. Is that one ripped up and carved up down the backside of his skeleton to say he's the one that needs to be the champion? Is he just presented a little, maybe too much in terms of his depth of body, to balance out ideal for what we're talking about in a show barrow or a show ring scenario? Those are the questions you kind of go to. It is relatively close in my mind between these two, because I think they're the 2 quality pigs in the Hampshire show that have come out and been the ones that need to win their class, but maybe represent where the industry's at and all that. With that being said, there's one that's already there and proven to be good. Young lady from our heavy class is going to be your grand. The lightweight is going to be your reserve in your Hampshire division. Let's give him a nice round of applause. We get right into our light cross division here, and easy class winner, the young lady's 530 entry there. That barrow just excels the class in terms of having show ring eye appeal and yet having width and dimension to that skeleton. Brings it to you in a clubby look, a fresh look, big, massive back, you know, in that pig comparison to the rest of the class. Perfect proportions in terms of depth of side, having some cage and some term to that rib up high, but yet not getting too deep and too sappy and too soft through that center section of that pig's body cavity. Everywhere you look at that pig, he just screams like, I look like a show barrow that needs to be up in the front end of the class, and we certainly like that about him. An easy place to start. You could jumble around second, third, and fourth just a little bit. The young lady that's going to come in second, highly presented kind of pig, you know, really fresh in terms of presentation, fresh in terms of back shape in comparison to the barrows that are come, or the pigs that are come in third and fourth place. I love the extension of this pig. I love the length of body of this pig. I love the fit job presentation, the leanness, the high cut ability. Yet with that said, that pig needs to come at us wider and more split open. That pig needs to be more capacious through the center section of its body cavity. You add some of that into it, maybe we could have a conversation about sliding that one up into first, but it's a pretty big cut there in this judge's opinion between 1 and 2. The young man that's or the young lady that's coming out here in second place, a lot the same. You know, we talk about that frame size, you know, that look, that profile that this one gives you, and when you get off to the side of this one, you get pretty excited about it because that elevation at that front end of that skeleton, that pig's ability to pick its head up and travel across the ring and still angulate correctly off both ends of its skeleton is probably second to none to some we've seen today. I don't know if that one has quite as much shape up high in comparison to the pig right on top of it. Certainly that one gets a rib longer bodied, and that one's just a little more tucked up through the center section of its cavity. The young man that comes in 4 here, you know, third and fourth, I basically just went on true muscle shape, but again, a lot of those same kind of pigs. Big, tall, long-bodied kind of hog. Nothing really wrong with it, but at the same time, that one just needs a little more of everything. Just needs a little sharper look, a little more center body if you want to talk about running it up in class. And then we kind of transition gears here. We get the one that does have all that volume and all that capacity that we like to have, but at the same time, that one's probably pushing the envelope but just getting a little too fluffy. Maybe that pig looks a little too much like me and maybe needs to look more like a rock star in terms of look and in terms of style when you get out here. I love the power. I love the dimension. I love the pliability, the volume and capacity of that pig. Need to see that one taller shoulder. Need to see that one longer neck. Need to see that one move off its rear leg better. More importantly, just need to strip that one of some of the fat cover that it has on it where our fat to muscle ratios get a little more in check. Big back, big ended kind of barrow comes out here next. Frame size very appropriate. Love these kind of blue belted ones. They're very catchy to the eye. That one just want to kind of get downhill. We need to reconstruct that one off its front shoulder so it can pick its front leg up and just operate a little better off that front knee. And maybe more importantly, we need to level that one out in its hip so he handles that rear leg better. But if you're talking about a pig that's going to go to the rail and offer cutability and certainly suit those packers, that one would suit you very well. And then as we kind of get down the way here, another big back, big ended kind of one that just gets a little off in terms of its movement. Gives you a neat look from the side. Need to soft that one up, stouten that one up, and we could have more things happen here to move that pig up in class. A good way to start off our light ARB shows here. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as we work through our middles and heavies. We jump into our second class of lightweights here, and the blue barrow, the blue belted barrow, is the one I'm going to elect to start the class with, and he's the most appropriate in terms of his skeletal width, his dimension, and spread when you see him up high, and there's just more pig here in terms of cage. His length aside, his proportions are more appropriate to where we're at in the swine industry today, and you get in behind that guy. He's got a big hip, a big pin set in him. He carries that hip hock to ground very, very nice in terms of the way he gets in there from behind. He's a little more average in his bone work. I'd like to see the mass and dimension and just power that he has up high, carry that all the way down to his foot. He wants to crick in his front knee just a little bit, but he's still the one that I think needs to win this particular class. The one that pushes on him the most is the young lady's strawberry or roan-butted gilt there, and if you talk about front end, she's maybe just one that wants to bow out and roll out just a little bit in her front feet, so call that a check, kind of where I put that. They both kind of need to be better there. And then when you just get down and study him, although she is a very wide skull, big jawed kind of gilt that does have some mass and spread up high, she's probably just not quite as good in terms of her build and her proportions. The problem is when we get them tall shouldered and extra long bodied, it is neat to look at on the side, but when you get that added length of body in terms of the shoulder back to the hip there, it's hard to get them filled in and get them proportion. That's a pig that probably needs another 20-30 pounds just bulk put into the center part of its body cavity for her to balance out and just be a little more eye appealing from the side or show ring appropriate. But that's a very good gilt in terms of cutability, in terms of look, and in terms of style. Certainly just need more center section to her and just need to see her squared up when she comes off those front feet. A big, massive, high volumed one comes in here next, and I guess it was relatively close in my mind, or you could slide this guy up into second. I thought the young lady did a better job of fitting her pig and getting it stuck, so Ty kind of went to the fitter there. If we could get this one shined up and we could get this one clean, it would definitely help his freshness and his appearance in a show ring, or her appearance in a show ring scenario. We can't take away from the fact that is a big backed one that has a big hip and a big kind of back end in it, but yet with that, sometimes when we get so much muscle and so much mass in those things, we want to get just a little rounder in terms of the way it's put together on the back side of that skeleton, and maybe one that just doesn't handle that rear leg with quite as much range of motion, as quite as much flexibility. There's a lot of meat, there's a lot of muscle in that hog. Need to freshen it up in its appearance, need to fix that back third and just ease it up a little bit so that one can go just a little bit better, and we certainly could slide that one up. The white pig that's coming out next here, one that does do that a little better. Here's one that definitely has more range of motion. Here's one that's able to utilize that hip and hind leg more ideal in terms of a show ring scenario. Certainly appreciate the presentation that this young lady does in terms of bringing this pig at us. At the same time, this one wants to get a little chuffier up to the front end of its skeleton, particularly in that jawline. That one wants to get a little plainer and a little more void of muscle shape when you get up high, and maybe that one's just not quite as wide when it gets right away from you. Some of the pigs up on top of it. Completely switching gears here. Another high volume, high capacity kind of barrow. Big kind of cage, big kind of center in this one. Love the roll and turn to that one's rib. That one wants to get a little down-headed on us, but more importantly, this pig just needs more shape. We need to crisp that one up. We need to have that girl just have a little more sharpness to the top side of her skeleton, and then she needs to be longer hipped and able to use that rear leg a little better for me to move her up higher in class. We have a big, sound, functional one that comes out here next. This is the plainest muscled, lightest muscled one we have in the class, and perhaps the one we just need to realign that hock placement for that one to get out and go. The front 2/3 of that pig I'm pretty good on in terms of build and design. The back third is kind of where you run into trouble. Love the elevation, love the look, love the style. Need more true muscle shape in this one. Need to get a better hind leg. And they close the class with probably the most athletic pig in here that certainly has some quality to it. But as you can see, this one just gets a little rounder top. That one gets a little narrower in terms of the base portion of its skeleton. Open it up, sharpen it up, add some bone and stoutness to that one. We can certainly talk about it up another hole or two higher. Congratulations to everyone in our middleweight class of our light AOBs. We finish off our light cross show here. Very difficult to put together on the top side of this. There's not one that just jumps out and says, I'm your class winner, I'm the one that needs to be. And it's kind of a mixed pot of different frame sizes, different muscle shapes, different freshness patterns, different amounts of cover, and just trying to put the pigs together here and sort it in my mind. I apologize for taking a little more time. But something that looks like a show pig when we're out here in the center of the ring, something that's presented like a show pig when we get out here, and yet at the same time has the right proportions, the right look, and the most amount of everything we can put on it. And the one I keep coming back to is the blue barrow that the young lady has. And I wish this one would just pick its head up and get out and drive like the pig that's going to be in second, because I think if we got that one's head elevated and drove it, you'd really see that this pig in comparison to these two, there's just a little more to it. That pig's just a nickel wider in terms of the way it opens up in its skeleton coming at you. There's a little more width, there's a little more spread, there's a little more dimension when you look from the top down. And certainly what really compels me to get this one up in first place, this one's just a little longer in terms of its hip and a little more appropriate back there. Does he come without his faults? No, and in this, no pig ever does. And in this class, he's a little frailer in his bone work. He wants to get a little softer in terms of his pastern, and I think he's just a nickel flatter in terms of his rib shape when you study him, how he comes out of that blade and off of that top turn to his rib, but I still think he's the appropriate one that needs to go in first place. You want to tell me the young lady that I have here in second needs to be the one that wins the class? I'm not going to argue with you, because I think it's a two-point cut, and I do think it's close, and I do love her presentation. I do love the way that she gets it stuck and she keeps working out here. And you talk about just a freshness standpoint, that pig's cleaner, that pig's shinier, that pig's got a clip job on it that definitely highlights the top side of the skeleton. But if you set all that stuff aside, I just don't know if there's quite as much pig there in terms of just true natural dimension. Now that one comes at you, wants to close up at his knee in comparison, or her knee in comparison to the top side of her skeleton. She's one that maybe just doesn't get out and go off the front end, wants to get a little straighter, a little more upright in that front shoulder. And particularly for me, she's shorter hipped and doesn't utilize that rear leg and have the ability to push that rear leg back behind her skeleton. She can pull it forward, she can't push it back. Now she's consistent in her gait, she's consistent in her range of motion. I just think we need to redesign that hip and make that one go a little bit better. I've been trying to use the ones that can do that all day long, and that's probably really what it came down to in my mind, is just the way the leg and the hind leg and the hip operated off the pig in first place versus second. I'm pretty sure the one in third place was a very good hog at some stage of the game, and as you start to hold these things, they start to lose muscle shape, and the holding game definitely is something that can make you very effective when you want to win a hog show. At the same time, if you're not able to do it and still keep fresh muscle shape in these things, or put them back together once you hit the scales, it becomes challenging to do. This is the best skeleton hog that we have in class. This is the one that combines everything that we like from a design, build, and proportion standpoint, skeletal standpoint. That one just runs out of gas and look like it's been set on a little too long. There's no shape left down top. We've kind of lost our stifle muscle, and it wants to close up just a little bit. Freshen that one up, put some pop back in that one. You could build the whole class around it. The pigs that have the muscle and have the power, what I elected to put into fourth and fifth place in this particular class. Unquestionably, this is a big, stout, powerful kind of barrow. He does have like some club appeal in terms of just his mass and his bulk, his stoutness of skull, his stoutness of jaw. You talk about bone and feature, yeah, all the cool, trendy, fun things, they're there, and we like those on that tricked out, show ponies when we get out here. At the same time, they got to be able to get out. They got to be able to get out and go. They got to have some look and have some style to us. Presentation's a little lacking, a little behind to this one. I'd like to clean it up, shine it up. I'd like to level this one's hip, and when you get all that power and all that bulk we talked about, you sometimes get a little coarse in the front and rear thirds of your skeleton. That's where this barrow needs to be better. A lot the same coming out here, a high volumed, high capacity type of gilt, and there's some things about this gilt I really, really like. I mean, this one naturally is dense, this one's naturally stout, this one's naturally wide, this one naturally has product. I think from a show ring scenario, or don't think, from a show ring standpoint, where we're at right now, this one's just a little past 12 o'clock. This one we probably would have liked to see 3 or 4 weeks ago. Strip 15 pounds of fluff off of that thing and make that one just a little prettier, a little more attractive in terms of a show ring standpoint. Starting to just show age, starting to show maturity, but naturally that pig is big and bulky and just has a lot of natural mass. Switching gears here, young man, for having a pig that's not real high quality, just kind of an average type market hog, I do commend you that you do a great job getting your pig fitted, getting your pig presented, getting your pig pig shown. And you look like one of those young exhibitors that if you have the right starting product, you're probably someone who could go out and compete and win showmanship. You have someone with your fitting ability and how you put that pig together and how you drive that pig to go out and win a show. We just need you a little better dance partner, the front end of the skeleton, to kind of complete it out here. Your pig's a little plain, your pig's a little fat, your pig just doesn't have the eye appeal that we need for a show ring scenario. And then we close the class again with a big, long-bodied, skeletally extended barrow. Nothing wrong with this pig if you're talking about marketing everyday market hogs. Show ring scenario, that one needs a little more look, needs a little more bounce, needs a whole lot of muscle with the skeleton. Congratulations to everyone in our final class. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll go find you a grand in reserve. Had a nice light cross show, and I love that you guys break up breeds and give more opportunities, not only for the exhibitors to win ribbons and, you know, have more first place animals, have more breed champions, reserve breed champions, but also it kind of trickles down. You know, the breeders get to do some different things and some variety and get to be more recognized and advertise these kids. The feed companies that sponsor a lot of these shows, you know, there's just more banners and everything to go around. So awesome job to you guys. It's first time ever being up here in this part of the country to judge, but certainly like a lot of these shows are transitioning into these breeds. I don't know how long you've had it, but it's very good. Our light cross show, maybe it's a little hit and miss along the way, and it takes time when you put these divisions in. It'll take your breeders, you know, time to put those elite genetics together, or maybe breed some of those that can get in these right color pattern type shows. It also takes the exhibitors or the jocks or the people finding the pigs and putting them in hands, you know, your leaders and your advisors to give them time to kind of put it together too. So if we're on the front end of this, I think you're in pretty good shape right here. I'm not a guy that probably has much of a poker face. I'll tell you when it's close. I'll tell you when it's not close. And if you like it or don't like it, it's just how it is. But it's not close out here, in my opinion. One's got to win. It wins really easy. It's non-negotiable for me. The lightweight's your champion. Congratulations. Our second place comes out to our champion, and the blue-browed gilt. You know, she certainly doesn't hurt the quality of our champion drive out here. And is she in the mix? Possibly, but probably as easy as we landed on that one to be champion. It's just as easy to go find our reserve. Congratulations to the young lady driving the blue belt next to me. She'll have your reserve champion light.
extra white stripping or a broken belt in different areas. Oh, I'm going to talk into both now. Oh, this is really fancy. Okay, and then like the young man that's coming around the ring here on the far side, he's a great example for this classification. Again, that pig is mostly white, but if you notice his tail and on the side of his face, he's got a couple dark spots. Any red, black, and any other colors that you may have seen on a pig, that would land them in the dark cross. If it's blue, like our light cross you noticed earlier, any blue or gray lands them in the light cross. Again, hoping to answer some questions and clarification on what you guys are seeing out here. Hoping that it's kind of making sense as we get going. And especially when we get into the 4-H drive, we got more of these divisions and a little bit more animals in each of the shows, so you guys can get to see a few more out there in the ring. But notice, this will be anything with any black and or red pigmentation on it. Thank you.
Challenging class to put together here, and maybe we just get a little more average in terms of our quality, and maybe not the best start we could have to our crossbred show. With that being said, young lady in the center of the ring is the power hog in the class, internal dimension with the skeleton. That one's got the most shape up high. That one's got the big spread coming out of the top side of its blade there, and you get down the back of this one. I mean, it is wide, it is massive. That pig reads stout. That pig reads muscular no matter what direction you're looking at it. Do we want to clean that one up maybe just a little bit in terms of getting a little too round? That one's a little too wild and out there. Do we want to stouten that one up in its feature? Absolutely. But you just talk about a sheer pig in this class that wins because of mass, spread, volume, capacity. That's the one that doesn't. We have a little neater looking pig coming here in second. I do like the elevation this one has. I do like the throat latch. I do like the head carriage on this particular barrow. He actually is a little stouter in his feature. He's certainly more balanced in terms of his stoutness of feature to match the muscle and the width of his skeleton. He runs out of gas back there in his hip. He gets a little shorter hipped. He gets really plain and void of muscle when you get right in behind him. Like his look from the side, like his presentation, like how he gets out and drives. The pig I want to build the class around comes in third place, and if you follow stock shows, it's just what happens. This one, simply put, those hocks are blown. They're both too puffy, but you clean that one up in its hock joints. That'll allow that pig to get out and move, because that pig is the quality hog from a visual standpoint in terms of having a sharp look, having a clubby look, having a big fresh back laid into it, having the right amount of proportions and everything. We just got both of those rear hocks blown and puffed up, and too much fluid inside those things, which doesn't allow that pig to go. Even if it did go with that, we got to slide it down and discount it for that particular reason. A nice looking pig, another well presented pig that comes out here in 4, a big extended long bodied pig, and this is probably this Gilt. From a maturity standpoint, she looks right. She looks like her skeleton and her age and her freshness all fits where we're at when we talk about a lightweight scenario. This one closes up when you get right in behind it. This one just doesn't have enough in terms of center cage and in terms of flank for me to justify moving up any higher, but that's a pretty solid kind of pig. We have a plainer pig, more average muscled one that comes out here next. Maybe this guy just wants to run downhill a bit. Maybe he wants to pop up in that ham-loin junction just a bit. He's got a big hip in him, but he's kind of a little plainer down the top side of his skeleton. Make that one taller shouldered, make that one just a little crisper in terms of his top shape. We can move him up, but he's a solid hog that just kind of falls out of balance in terms of look from a show ring standpoint. Same thing goes with the young lady's black pig that comes next here. Here's another stout featured, big-footed one. in comparison to what we have in this class. She actually reads with shape and dimension up high. She wants to break and deviate right behind that shoulder blade for me. She wants to get a little rounder under her hip and wants to get that rear leg underneath her just a bit. You could flip-flop those two places, you'd be fine. A big, tall, long-bodied, skeletally extended hog comes out next. Young man does a great job, getting that pig fresh in terms of presentation, getting that pig drove. We just need more internal dimension coming and going top to bottom to slide that one up any higher in class. Nice way to start off our crossbred show. Let's go ahead and give all the exhibitors a nice round of applause. Those final two come out of the ring.
Coming back from class number 7 will be Abigail Cole and Harley Heimgartner. First call, class number 9, FFA Market Swine Dark Cross. First call, class number 9. Just another quick reminder, we'll be doing a 30-minute break between the FFA and the 4-H hog shows. So you have 30 minutes, 4-Hers, to get ready after the FFA show finishes up.
Nice pair up here on top, and a fun pair to discuss. And when you get down to it, there's just too much of the all-black pig there to justify sliding her out of first place. When you get right on top of them, it's really where the decision lands for me. That one just has more mass. That one has more true muscle shape up high. That one has more spread and dimension down the top side of its skeleton. When you get off to the side, you can kind of see that's how it's going to be. That one's got a bigger hip blade in it, a bigger stifle blade in it, and probably one that's just a little more appropriate at this stage of the game, being a little trimmer and a little funner to look at through that throat latch and through the base portion of her skeleton. I do think she's a nickel stout in her bone work as well. I love the chromed up gilt when you get off to the side of her that the 468 exhibitor is driving. I mean, she patterns up well, and this young lady, obviously she's the highest quality showman we have in this particular class, so she gets that pig stuck, she gets that pig consistent and looking like a show gilt should out here, or a show hog should when you get out here on the side of the ring. That one's just a little jollier when you study her. I'd like to clean her up through that throat latch and the base portion of her top front side of her skeleton there. I like to crispen that one up in her top shape, and the hydration program on her when we come back, for the final drive, later tonight, if she makes it that far, certainly that would be one that you could really lift that loin in that pig and sharpen it up. That would make it look fresher, and that would probably allow you to have the mass and spread and potential up high that pig right in front of it does. Like a lot of things about that pig, do the better pigs that we've seen throughout the day. Coming out in third place, young lady, man, you're awesome at fitting a pig. Another elite driver that we have working with us out here, and this pig on the side, man, you just want to fall in love with this particular gilt. Tall shoulder, perfect length of body, level down her top, sound and functional how she gets together, but then she get disappointed when that one comes right at you, when that one gets right away from you. There's just not enough pig in terms of with the skeleton coming and going, and then when you go ahead and look down the top side, that one's about half as wide and has half as much in terms of back shape. When you get behind it, that one's got to land in third because of those purposes. We do have a pig that has a little more dimension up high and a little more dimension coming at us and getting away from us, and the young man that comes in four here, another one of those highly fitted pigs. I just thought this one got a little off balance when he got off to the side. That one's probably a little bigger centered and a little bigger up high and wants to get a little void of bone and stoutness of foot size. And when you take this particular gilt to the ground, maybe more importantly, when that one's on the profile, that one wants to get a little steeper hipped and not just kind of level out and give us that neat show ring kind of look from the side. But that's a high quality pig there that we have landed in fourth place. A big fleshy one comes out here in five, I believe, is where we're looking at. And I like a lot of things about this gilt. I mean, she's got a big rib. She's got a big cage in her. That turn up high that she has is kind of unmatched from what we've seen today. There's plenty of muscle in this pig. She's just a little fluffier and falls a little out of balance here. If we could maybe skin just 5-10 pounds of that jaw and of that belly off of that pig and let that big turn to that rib cage kind of balance out and give that pig a little more look, I think that would go really well. That's another high quality showman there that does a good job getting his pig presented and coming out here for the class. A stout featured, a big bladed, big form, big footed kind of gilt comes out here next. We like the spread, the mass and dimension, but as you guys can see, that one wants to get a little lazy down its top line. That one wants to get a little just kind of bunchy and round out through that hip. We like the power. We like the dimension that one has. We just need a little better design to go with that skeleton, and that's what we do have in our red pig that comes out next. Here's a really good build, form, function, basic build and design. This gilt does a lot of things very well. Her proportions are extremely good from her height to length ratio. She just doesn't have as much width to skeleton in comparison to some of the class. And then we have a sound functional one that comes out here next. This is the lightest bone, lightest muscled, narrowest made pig we have in this class. Therefore, it's got to land last, but certainly that thing does have some shape to it, and that one is sound and athletic. Congratulations to everyone in our first or second class dark crosses, I guess is where we're at. We'll move on to a heavier weight.
Coming back from class number 8, it'll be Cassidy Koch and Jolena Nacarado. Next class coming in the ring will be class 9, dark cross. Weights are 268 to 282. Zoe Omlin, Bryson White, Cassidy Koch, Cameron Blankenship, Jolena Nacarado, Secret Hutchinson, Rayleigh Fleischman, and Carter Sexton. Quick reminder that during our 30-minute break between the FFA Hog and the FFA 4-H show, we'll do some division winner pictures out here in the ring. If you could please get your grand and reserve of each division headed towards the ring following the FFA market show, we'll get some pictures during that 30-minute break. Quick reminder that our finals will follow directly after the Gilt show. Our final drives will follow directly after the Gilt show.
Young ladies Gilt, it's over here on the far side of the ring, without a doubt, the highest quality pig that we've seen today, and this is what show stock should look like. And if you're sitting sidelines and you want to get in your head what they should be, this is it right here. I have no idea what's coming, but this is going to be a pretty tough one to beat when it's all said and done. That one balances up extremely well, offers a neat show ring kind of look, just basically the perfect amount of everything put together. Stout, wide, massive, coming and going, big back when you get up on top of that one, perfect cage when you get in the center part of it. You talk about one that still offers a neat clubby kind of show ring look here. That one does it. Bone checks good, foot size checks good, presentations in terms of being clean, very good, clipped up high, boned up down low, everything checks the boxes right there. That's going to be a pretty tough one as we work our way through the day. We lose a little quality here in the barrel that comes in second place, and I love a lot of things about this guy. I mean, his elevation and his look is next level, and in comparison to our class winner, I do like that about him. I like this height at the point of his shoulders. I like the way that he can get up off the ground in terms of elevation. That's very neat for a barrow to do that and still kind of keep him short in terms of his back size. He's long fronted. He's got good shape up high. He's fresh in terms of his presentation. He's not as stout in his bone work. He's not as stout in his skull. He needs to be wider eyed, wider between his ears. He needs to have just a shot of feature all the way through. And then on top of that, what really gets this guy, he wants to puff up in those hock joints just a little bit. Both those things, I'm sure they've been dealt with, but at the same time, you can still see evidence that it's coming in, or maybe something we just quite couldn't get rid of. But anyhow, he lands in second. We clean up those hock joints. He definitely would be a little tougher to put in second place for me. The one in third just kind of falls together that in terms of design and balance of what we have left in the class. This Gilt gives you a nice presence from the side. Her profile is extremely good. Her ability to pick that head up in the air and still angulate off that front shoulder correctly and have reach and range of motion, yet stay level in her design down her top. She's level hip. She's long hip. She's sound and functional off her rear leg. She's smooth and put together. She's actually a really good hog that would have won a lot of classes today. Just come into one of those classes that has some heat and some power. We maybe dropped just a little bit in terms of show quality in the barrow that comes out next here. Yet with that being said, this one is the next most dense, the next most stout, and probably has the most amount of stuff to him when you look at him up high. He's got more volume. He's got more capacity. He's very square from blade knee to ground. He's very square from hip hock to ground. Like to kind of freshen him up there in the front third of his skeleton. He wants to get a little pulley for me. Like to crispen up down his top line if you want to justify moving him up just a little more in class. We do have one that is just more opened up in terms of just true hog shape. Really wide bladed one here. Really thick, kind of stout made kind of barrow. He just kind of lacks the design and overall eye appeal that we like to see in show stock out here. He wants to get a little chuffier up through his head, a little tighter in his flank, and then maybe he just runs out of gas when you get right in behind him from a muscle shape standpoint. But his stoutness and his density of blade and everything, you really have to like. A highly fitted pig, highly presented pig comes out here next. I like the profile of this pig. I like the elevation of this pig. And yet when you really get down and just study this hog and set the fit job aside and the frame size aside, there's just not as much pig there. Some of them right on top of it. This guy's a little frailer in terms of the way he presents his bone on his skeleton. He's a little plainer down his top, a little chuffier up front, and maybe lacks that stifle muscle to go. He has a lot of things really good from him from a skeletal standpoint. I don't know if it's genetics that didn't put that muscle in there, or maybe we just need a little stronger nutrition program to make that top side and that back side of that pig pop just a little bit more. But whatever it is, getting there, he just doesn't have enough stuff to him today. And then as we start to work our way down and close the class, we run into a barrow that's really nice in terms of lines, in terms of levelness here in our Yorkshire appearing thing. He's very good in terms of angulations off of both ends of his skeleton. He's plainer and more void of muscle. And as we close the class down here, another one that just runs out of gas everywhere. We need to stouten this one up, power this one up, level this one up in terms of its overall design, and we can slide it up a hole or two. Nice way to kind of get into the middles here, and we're starting to get to some heavier pigs in our dark cross show. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class number 9 will be Rayleigh Fleischman. Next class coming into the ring is class number 10, FFA Market Swine Dark Cross. Weights are 288 to 290. Carter Sexton, Karsten Flay, Ryder Voss, Parker Myers, Jack Baser, Reagan Reedy, and Kaylin Gines. First call, class number 11, Dark Cross Market Swine. First call, class 11.
I left the 4 out here. Normally you kind of pin up, when we get to 3 and 4 and put them in there. But I just wanted you guys to see what could happen here. Here's 4 showmen that are very, very good on the whip and getting their animals presented and getting their animals drove. And this is probably not probably what it should be. This is what is able to be done all the way down to the bottom of your classes. You put your time in, you put your work in at home, and you get these things ready to go. These are 4 quality animals on top of it, and most of the time the quality animals have the quality drivers on them as well. So a big kudos, a big shout out to these 4. We'll let 3 and 4 stay out here just so you can watch them, how they use their whips, how they drive their hogs, how they position their pigs. Everything that's being done is because that's where those exhibitors want to push them and place them. And I'm sure when we get into this thing tomorrow, from a showmanship standpoint, that these will be some that'll be in the heat of it when it's all said and done. With that being said, we're here to judge market hogs today. That's just kind of a highlight that I thought these exhibitors in this class should be shouted out for, having 4 that are this good as showmen. And the barrow that the young man has with the white towel on his back, that's the one that I'm going to elect to win the class. Tall shouldered, long neck, level made one that has probably in this class basically checks the boxes. There's nothing really wrong with that one, but yet there's some things that really grab your attention. That look, that style, that freshness of back shape that this one has in this class. Is he the stoutest one we've seen all day, the biggest middle, the biggest back? Absolutely not, but you don't have to be the best in any one area. You got to be really good in all of them. That one is the best of all things, a complete combination hog in this class, and that's why he's going to win. The black-headed pig or the black-fronted pig is going to come in second place there, and I think from a profile standpoint, when you set this Gilt on the side, I know she's the one that balances up just a nickel better for me. She's a little more appropriate the way she comes out of that forerib. She's more appropriate in terms of her fill, in terms of her center section of her body cavity, right in the center part of it, and then she go ahead and transitions into that flank area more appropriately. And if we could put that center on that barrow that won, that'd certainly be something we like. I love her look up front. I like everything about her. When you get right on top of her, she's a little more disappointing. She doesn't have quite the mass and quite the muscle shape up high, particularly when you get right in behind her. That one wants to narrow up and taper up and just doesn't have quite as much in the seat of her pants to go with all that goodness she has through that center section of her body cavity, but she's a nice choice to go into second place. The big decision for me is who's going to be 3 and who's going to be 4 in this particular class. That's the tightest placing to me, and the 5'12" entry down there, I think that pig just balances up a nickel better for me that the young lady has there. That one's just a little leveler in terms of her top line. When that one transitions out of her front third shoulder blade into that middle third center section of her cavity back into her latter third, that one's just more appropriate. She's more open in her blade. She maintains that width and advantage in terms of width of skeleton to that center part of her body cavity, and she's the same pig when you get back to that later third. Her front third, middle third, rear third all balance up just a little bit better. I love the look of the front third. I love the mass and back of the back third of the young man that we have here in 4. It's that center part, that third part of the equation there. That one just needs to be more expansive, more massive, and I don't know if that's because we've been sitting on this one holding it, if that pig just naturally doesn't have it, but if we'd have poured the coals of that thing and filled out that center, popped the top of that pig, it'd probably be a different story, and honestly that one could probably win this class, but that one just gets a little piece here in terms of the way it's put together. Build, design, balance, smoothness of skeleton, when you talk all those things are what come to mind when you talk about the young man it's 4 here, and at the same time that one just gets a little chuffier up through that front third. That one just gets a little plainer in terms of the way it presents its muscle down the top side of its skeleton. Again, this is the kind of pig that's been up in second and third place all day. This is probably our deepest class in terms of our top 4 being very, very high quality animals. A big centered, high volumed, high capacity barrow comes out next here. I love that one's pliability through the center part of its cavity. I love that barrow is up-headed. I love that barrow is level. I love that he can get out and go off all 4 parts of his skeleton. What I don't like is he just doesn't have enough true muscle shape, and a lot of what we're seeing there is kind of fat cover. And then the young lady that's going to close the class here has another one of those. It's kind of typical what we've been having down here at the bottom. Big frame, long bodied one that can get out and go. Just not enough pig coming and going and not enough true muscle shape in that hog to justify moving it up any higher. Nice class of hogs here. Let's give all the exhibitors a big round of applause.
Coming back from Class 10 for the final drive will be Carter Sexton and Ryder Voss. Coming into the ring right now is Class number 11, FFA Market Swine Dark Cross. Weights are 294 to 297 pounds. Carly Teagues, Brady Frame, Madison Brown, Eric Tweeton, Bryce Braun, and Brenna Teagues. Following Class 11, we'll roll right into the final drive for the Dark Cross Market Swine.
Got a big gun here to start off the class, and again, you know, when you find these ones like this is what can be done. This is what we all strive to do when we're sitting out here. You know, as a guy who breeds pigs, as a dad who helps his family, you know, try and be successful in the show ring. This is what it takes to get it done and to finish when it's all there. It's a pretty high quality kind of animal. One of those that's really hard to poke a hole in. You know, everything just fits. Everything is pretty elite. Everything is pretty out there and wowy, and at the same time, it doesn't come with a lot of flaws. I mean, no matter where you look at that one, you want to get super critical. You know, you're talking about a pig that's going to go win World Pork Expo or one of those majors, you know, in 30 days down the road, whenever those happen, with the best of the best in the country and those 5,000-6,000 head shows. That one probably could be a little stouter. That one probably could be just has a little turn to that front foot, but that has been very critical of one that is hard to find, one that's hard to make, and one that's hard to get ready to the end point and keep it looking like that. Congratulations to that young man on a very, very good class winner. We dropped quite a bit in quality here, and you know, we'll have another purple ribbon pig here that comes out next in our next two, and we'll kind of finish off with the red or with the blues here. But the one that comes next here, the young lady has, I think of the pair of them, they're very similar. You could go back and forth on who's two and who's three. For me, when I just got on top of both of those pigs, there's just a little more turn, a little more shape, a little more fresh shape when you get up high on top of the skeleton. From the side, you know, one that doesn't really disappoint you, but one that just doesn't really overwhelm you and wow you in any particular way. Kind of just a nice, good, solid kind of show barrow, not one of those elite killers or hammers that we talk about or we all tried to find. Again, the one that comes next, same thing here. I mean, basically 2 and 3 have the same skeletal pattern, have the same skeletal quality, soundness, and able to get off and go off of both ends. It's pretty much just a push there. I thought this one was just a little plainer down the top side of his skeleton. I thought maybe he had just a little less in the seat of his pants and narrowed and tapered just a little more. And that stifle, you want to flip-flop those and tell me he's the bigger one that's got a bigger center. center in them. I'm not going to disagree with you. It's a small cut. Both very solid kind of pigs. You know, the one that does have more to it, when you're sitting off here from the side and from a distance, you're like, why isn't the black barrel up in second place? There's more of him, and I'm not going to disagree. That guy's got more width at his blade. That guy's got more width at his knee. He's got more expansion through the center part of his body cavity, and he probably is just a nickel wider when you study him from his hip and pin placement all the way down to the gain, all the way down to the ground. He does have more meat and muscle in him. I won't disagree with you there. He's also the one that's probably the furthest along in terms of maturity. He lacks the freshness that we like, but maybe more importantly for me, his finish is just a little past the end game. He's a little too heavy in terms of his finish, in terms of his fat to muscle ratios for me to slide him out of that 4-hole. We do have a slicker looking, higher cutability one here, and here is a pig that, you know, these all black pigs are obviously, you put a little oil on them, you wash them once or twice, you can make them look like they're fitted up a little bit more, and the young showman does a good job at that. I like this one's lines. I like this one's look. That one just wants to get a little plainer in terms of muscle. That one wants to get a little lighter and frailer. And then we close the class with probably one of our better closers to finish the class off with right here in terms of having meat, muscle, bone, and density. But at the same time, that's where that one lacks in comparison to the top end of the class. A good class here of exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we close strong as we work our way into our champion drive.
Coming in the ring will be our final drive for our Dark Cross FFA Market Swine. Winner of Class 11 was Brady Frame. Second place was Brenna Teagues.
We had an awesome crossbred drive here, and I know this is kind of our finale here before we take a break and work into 4-H, and we get to discuss these FFA pigs a little more later in the day when we go ahead and pick your champions. But a really nice drive, and I've been fortunate. I haven't judged a lot lately. When getting back into shows like this, I've kind of chose to do the OYEs and Expos and Texas Majors type deal. But it's fun to get back to kind of not necessarily where you started, but where you're working with 4-H and FFA and just a regional part of the world. And see what can be done. And is it going to be hit and miss along the way? Yes. Are you going to see just a power hog or one of those absolutely elite ones in every single class? No. But at the same time, when you get out here and you run into them, it is fun to see. So I commend the FFA program here. You guys brought a very nice set of pigs. And with that said, I mean, the heavyweight barrel we're talking about in our second class Gilt over there, in all honesty, there's no reason to not say it. Those are the two it comes down to. Those are very, very high quality. Those are two very elite stock. And it's probably closer than maybe some think in my mind, because you could make arguments. And I never thought when I'd be in class 2 of a crossbred show I'd have a 280-pound pig that looks small when it comes out to the drive. I mean, normally your 280s are your big ones that are maxed out, and you just happen to have a 14-pound spread in this class, and this just kind of what it came to here. But you want to talk about one, and in comparison, just comparing her to the Barrow, the big guy over there that it's come down to, she is fresher backed. She is more pliable and more correct in terms of that turn to her upper rib. She's fresher in that center part of her body cavity. She probably, even if you aged him back, and took his maturity off of him, she probably naturally has more forerib to her. She naturally has more flank to her. But certainly at this stage of the game, she hasn't been set on as long, and she's the one that's easier as someone preparing them to get that big, fresh, youthful look into him. As she is unique in terms of her elevation at the point of her shoulder, as she is clean and modern up through that front end, and maybe is she quite a square from hip hock to ground. And I mean, I'm being critical, one that I think is worth a whole pile of money if you're buying a breeding Gilt, and one that can withstand a lot of competition. She might ever so slightly push that hawk outside of her rear hoof just a little. And again, these are minor things. I'm not beating up on one, because that is a very high quality, very expensive looking Gilt there that I told you a few things about. The Barrow, to get one at 294 pounds, that still has that kind of look and that kind of presence. Is he as fresh backed as a Gilt? Absolutely not. But he is still, in my mind, very acceptable there. Is he as big centered and as big caged as her and maybe has as much turn up high? Probably not, even if you resorted him back to the same age and the same size, but he's still very appropriate there. He's very cool in terms of his look. He's very cool in terms of his proportions. And obviously, as I've talked a little longer, and when you have these ones that you set on and then kind of max him out to come out here and try and put him back together to win a show, he's going to tie up a little bit. If I'd have just come out and done it, it'd be said and done. Those two are very, very good. For me, there's one that if I was breeding one, if I was having my kid drive one, if I was standing behind one and representing one, he's the one that needs to win. The Barrow's champion, your Gilt's reserve. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Dark Cross, Brady Frame. Reserve Champion Dark Cross, Rayleigh Fleischman. Okay, if we want to have the Grand and the Reserve hang back from each division, we'll go ahead and get some backdrop pictures. For everybody else, we're taking a quick 30-minute break, and we'll see you back for the 4-H Hog Show. Welcome everybody to the 89th Annual Junior Livestock Show of Spokane 4-H Hog Show. We'd like to thank our title sponsors, the Duke and Ruth Fede Trust and Robert V. Baker Foundation. Ring sponsor, Peters and Keats Equipment. Peters and Keats was established in 2004 and has built a strong business and reputation in excavation contracting, heavy hauling, and farming, providing customers with a level of flexibility and knowledge that sets them apart from the other dealers. Locations include Lewiston, Richland, and Snohomish. Thank you, Gary, for your support. I'd like to also introduce our judge, Mr. James Backman. He is the owner-operator of Small Town Genetics, established in Denair, California in 2001. With an emphasis on integrity and hard work, James believes positive changes can be made both in the commercial swine industry and in the junior show ring. James, along with his kids and Team Peacock, whom show for Small Town Genetics, get their pigs dialed in, ready for the biggest of shows. Mr. Backman is also a feed representative for Lindner Feeds and has judged at some of the most prestigious of hog shows in the country, including Oklahoma Youth Expo and the Houston Livestock Show. Please help me welcome Mr. James Backman as he sorts our hog show today. In the ring, we have Class 1 4-H Market Swine, AOB, all other breeds. Weights are 252 to 286 pounds. Honora Morden, Andrew Peterson, Keeler Fisk, Augusta Steller, Brooklyn Burchett, Lucas Peterson, and Riley Omlin.
We start off our 4-H show here. We're in the AOB division here, and probably just a little more average in terms of the quality we can bring. And I know we can do better in here, and we can certainly have some pigs that are stouter and denser and have just more stuff to them all the way through. And with that said, we still got to line them up and we got to sort them and come in here. And I think the young lady's Berkshire Affluence Gilt there probably just has a little more to her. There might be just a little more shape or a little more evidence of muscle when you get down the backside of that pig's skeleton. That one certainly angulates right and can get off both ends of its skeleton extremely well in comparison to some in the class. Just the design, build, and still having just a little bit of evidence of muscle in that pig is what compels me to put it in second place. Young man, you have a very average-boned, average-muscled hog. The reason you're in second place is because I think you're showing the bejeebers out of this pig and doing a great job, and I kind of just gave you the benefit of the doubt and moved you up because of your way to get out here and drive the hog and present your pig. She's long, she's lean, she's extended. She needs more bulk and more mass all the way through. Love the way that you get out and show that pig, and certainly you don't have the pig that's going to win the show today, but the way you present that pig and the way you present yourself, you got a chance to win showmanship tomorrow, so I'd certainly encourage you to come out and do that. You're a very, very good showman. Coming out in third here is probably the densest pig that we have in this class. They're just a more substance of everything. A little stouter featured one, maybe one that just naturally has more volume and more capacity. I get off the side of this one. He wants to chunk up in the front third of his skeleton. He wants to deviate right behind that shoulder blade and get a little ill-made when you study him from the side. If you want to just put pounds of product together and talking about just going to the packer, that's probably the pig that needs to win the class. Trying to put the combination pig together that can suit them, but also has some show ring look and appeal. The young man that comes in four here probably is the heaviest muscle pig that we have in the class. There is definitely more back shape in this one in comparison to 1 and 2. This one certainly you can see some evidence of the loin shell for that edge. It's got some turn up high, a pretty stout featured one for this particular scenario we're talking at. This one just falls all out of sorts in terms of skeletal design, wants to run downhill on us just a bit, wants to get steep and just really off when you study that pig from the back portion of its skeleton. We have some puffy hocks in there. If you're talking about lean muscle shape in a hog, that's the one that has to suit you best in this class. Same thing kind of goes with the young man next. One of those has just got a little more meat and muscle in it, wants to run downhill, wants to get steep, and we just need to redesign the back third of that pig. If you're talking about eating one in here, that's probably the one that'll give you the most enjoyable eating experience from having some product with some flesh on it. And we'll just go ahead and close the class out here with two of the narrower made, lighter boned, less featured ones in here. Sound, athletic, perfect frame size, perfect elevation and extension to them. Just need to have a whole lot more pig there if we want to get up to the top end of the class. Let's give all the exhibitors in our AOB show a nice round of applause.
Next class coming in the ring will be Market Hog Class 2, Hampshires. Weights are 234 to 256. Kyle Toffin, Caden Schaefer, Raymond Laz, Gracie Schwartz, Tyson Anderson, and Haley Van Pelt.
Belted Barrel is going to start the class there, and just this stout combination pig in the class. That one offers density of skeleton, substance of bone. Starts off with a big jaw, big stout mug when you having that one, and just gets progressively better as you work your way back in comparison to the two behind it. That one's just got more fill. That one's got more natural body, more natural rib shape. You get up on top of that skeleton, that one's crisper and rawer and fresher down the top side of his back, and certainly when he gets away from you, doesn't disappoint. He's a logical one to start the class and a logical one to build this class around. I love the look and I love the extension and style of the young lady who comes in second place here. Another one of those tall-shouldered, trim-jawed ones that's very attractive when you look at it from the side, level down its top, very good in its lines, athletic and good in terms of angulation and mobility off all four parts of its skeleton there, all four corners of its skeleton. I just question if that one has quite enough pig in it to justify moving it up higher. Like to open that one up, have more mass and spread up high, and when you get in behind it, certainly like that one to see, track away just a little wider pin, a little wider base, and a little bigger stifled. We probably have just a notch more muscle, a notch more bulk, and just a notch more shape in the pig that's coming in third place here. When you get off to the side, where perhaps maybe one that's just a little stouter in terms of our feature. I didn't think that one was just as good in terms of its design. That one wants to kind of get a little straighter, more upright on its front shoulder, which doesn't allow it to pick its head up. That one wants to get a little more slope and a little more unlevel when you study it out through that rump and that tail head, which makes that rear leg not work quite as well. We crank that tail head up and let that pig really be able to utilize that rear leg. We kind of reangulate and move that shoulder blade back in that pig. It'll get off its front end of its skeleton better. I think we can flip-flop second and third because it does have added volume of muscle and density. Young man that comes in three here, a good pig, really smooth, really good built, really one that's pleasant to look at from the side, from basic build and design. When you got down to those things in second, third, and fourth there, this one was just the plainest in terms of top shape. This one was probably the lightest in terms of muscle shape and mass up high, and maybe one that just needs to be a notch fresher. Still a good quality kind of pig there. And then we close the class with the young man's pig that just kind of runs out of gas in terms of just overall mass and dimension here. Again, just like what we've had on the bottom, kind of a sharp-fronted one that's lean and high cut ability, needs bone and power to move up any higher. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Coming back from class number 2 will be Gracie Schwartz. Class coming into the ring now is class number 3, Hampshires. Weights are 260 to 272 pounds. Chet Ralston, Hazel Smith, Cruz Knopp, Wade Palmer, and Addison Schaefer.
Nice pair of them up here on the front end, and it is close in my mind. And there's things I like about both of them. I'm going to elect to use the young man's barrow over here to my left. Just a stouter, denser one that's naturally got more width of skeleton up high, more split up high. You know, certainly the way that one turns off the top of its loin into that rib cage is more appropriate. I think our length of side, our center body, our rib shape's better. We're stouter in our bone work, in particular coming at you. That pig is wider and squarer and truer, you know, in its chest floor and in its bone work. Maybe one that doesn't handle that hock quite as ideal, just maybe just a little puffiness in there. But I still think that when you talk about the other pig, you know, that's going to come in second, yes, unquestionably, is that the more attractive one from the side, without a doubt. I love the elevation. I love the freshness of presentation. I love how this young man gets it stuck. But when you really start breaking down the pig, yeah, that's a neat looking one. There's not as much freshness of muscle up high, which that thing's still got a good back in him. But in particular, that one doesn't turn and have that upper rib shape like I like to see. That one gets frailer and lighter muscled. When it comes right at you, it wants to narrow up just a bit, wants to roll out on that rear pastern just a nickel, and maybe one that for is that cool looking wants to build just a little more jaw right there, you know, and kind of where that chest plate comes into the nose there, you just see a little more stuff working in it. It's a close placing. If you wanted to put your preferences different ways, I'm going to go with the stoutness and bulkness and true width of skeleton, upper rib cage, the young man, and that's how I separated first and second. Young lady got a pretty good one here that I imagine a lot of classes we're going to see today. This one it could win the class. I mean, there is another one of those just stout, dense-made kind of females, and she is so robust and so smooth and so massive through the center part of that body cavity. She's got evidence of muscle up high. She's wide in terms of her volume of muscle. She's not sharp and hard in terms of having that fresh back shape that we like to see in those market hogs. Where I really get in trouble with her is for how much she has up high and how much she has in the center. She wants to close up when she comes at you, maybe close just a little, getting away. She wants to give you a little more of that inverted look and a lot of that fluff that she has in the center. You know, you can see she's just getting a little out of whack in terms of her fat to muscle ratios. As she's got a little more jaw, she's got a little more depth to her. The young lady comes in next here, an absolute just meat wagon that comes at you. I mean, you want to talk about one that comes wide, stays wide through that center part of that body, you know, and maintains width all the way through. This pig isn't going to disappoint. There's a lot of pig there. There's a lot of volume. There's a lot of capacity. With that being said, this one just doesn't really fit the visual standpoint of a show ring. We need to heighten that one at the front shoulder. We need to trim that one up through the lower section of its body cavity, jawline, all that, just to make it a little cooler looking out here. But if you're talking about meat and potatoes and just raising pigs on mass numbers, that one looks like it didn't take a lot of feed to get there and grow and has a lot of performance traits in it. Again, just lacks that visual eye appeal. We are better looking in terms of elevation of skeleton, in terms of length of skeleton, in terms of strength to top when you talk about the pig that's going to close the class. At the same time, you know, there's one that's a little frailer. There's one that's just a little plainer in terms of muscle, so he has to line himself down to the bottom. Good class of pigs here in our Hampshire show. Let's give all the exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class number 3 Hampshires, Wade Palmer and Cruz Knopp. Next class coming in the ring will be class 4 Hampshires. Weights are 274 to 294. Lily Kelm, Baylor Ostrich, Nisi Bone, Addison Miller, and Chance Lee.
Barrow that out in the center of the ring there just actually absolutely commands this class. And you talk about a stout, powerful one that has show pig look and club appeal. And, sometimes those words we use because it is the best we have. But that truly is a stout, genuine skeleton kind of pig that naturally has bulk and body. One that looks like it's bred to be a club pig. And this guy, when he's out here, he's fitted like a club pig. He's fitted like a champion when he comes out here, class winner, whatever you want to say. That guy just kind of commands your attention. He's one right there, if you're idealing him, obviously, he's a hammer in this particular class. But when you get right in behind him, man, he's got a lot in the backside of that skeleton. And, at some point, we're going to get down to these end ones. And will he have too much back there? Right now, he still handles and commands this class. But maybe he's one that's pushing the envelope and having too much when you get in behind him and not maintaining that real smooth, flexible shape. But for what he has, he handles it very, very well. Big decision who's going to be 2 and 3. I'm going to go with the young lady on the far side of the ring there. There's just more fleshing ability on that pig. There's just more volume, more capacity in it. I'll grant you that one gets a little lazy when you get down her top line. She's probably pushing the envelope of being a little too fluffy through that lower portion of her skeleton. But at the same time, if you kind of look past that, she's wider in terms of the way she's built. She's got more natural rib shape to her. She's certainly going to offer more product to the rail, and she's probably a little sounder and more athletic than the pig that's going to run in 3. We have something that's a little funner to look at from an elevation and extension standpoint. This one's just a little more visually eye-appealing. But when you set that aside, here's one that's a little more upright and rigid off that front shoulder. Here's one that wants to tuck and go off that rear end. And we just need a shot of muscle, a shot of body, and a shot of comfort in this pig if we're going to justify moving it up into second place. Coming out in 4 here, another one of those just big, bulky, high-volumed, high-capacity kind of market dogs. And again, if you're talking from a commercial standpoint, growing pigs in mass numbers, these are the pigs that are very efficient on the feed floor. These are the pigs that, do a lot of things right in terms of just growing, eating, and going to the packer and having a very high-quality product. When you talk about a show ring scenario, that one gets a little ill-made up front. That one gets a little steep out its hip. Certainly need to freshen that one up. And we'll close the class with a very exotic-looking one from the side. The young man who's going to come out next here, tall-shouldered, long-bodied, has extension. That one just lacks flesh and ability and overall cage and body cavity to move it up any higher. Congratulations to everyone in this class. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class number 4, Hampshires, will be Chance Lee. Next class coming in the ring will be class 5. Next class coming in the ring will be your final drive for your Hampshires.
Didn't have a lot of numbers in our Hampshire show, but certainly get out here and look at our class winners, and you can tell what's at the top end of it is high quality, and there's a pair of them out here, that probably just set themselves apart just a little bit. Young lady, I'm not taking anything away from your pig. He was an easy class winner in that class, and he's big, and he's capacious, and he's got a lot of stuff to him. He's just a little outclassed when you get out here, this particular pair. I think the two gentlemen's pigs they're just a little more elite when we talk about show pig stock, and you talk about it factor, you talk about wow factor, and those are things that are really hard to explain to someone what it is, and it really has nothing to do with the right height, the right length, the right this, the right that, the round amount of there. But both of these pigs have a little bit of that it factor, wow factor. And with that being said, when you go down and compare the pair, it's pretty tough to say that one isn't just the one that absolutely looks like that tricked out show pony here in this particular scenario. There's no way we can't put this one the grand champion. Young man out of your last class, he had your grand Hampshire barrow.
Grand Champion Hampshire, Chance Lee. Reserve Champion, Wade Palmer. Second call, Class 6 Yorkshires.
As we drop our second place out to our champion in the ring, it kind of shoots its way out of the ring. And we talked about that one just being a stout, dense one, easy fleshing, good kind of market hog. And when it comes down to it, too, it probably falls in the category of the young lady in the center of the ring there of good, high-end stock, but maybe not that upper echelon of what we're wanting out here in the show ring. For me, just easy we put that one in champion drive. It's to go to the reserve. The young man in front of me is driving a reserve champion Hampshire barrel.
Again, reserve champion, Wade Palmer. Coming into the ring, class number 5, 4-H Market Swine Yorkshires, weights 230 to 258 pounds. Riley Taylor, Addie Roca, R.J. Nonemacher, Emma Loomis, Katie Nelson, Brindle Sellers, and Caden Schaefer.
little bit of a mix and match here when you come down to it, but the young lady here, 396, I believe, is her back tag's got to win the class. It's the combination pig that offers a look and style and show ring appeal and still has some mass and spread up high. And actually, this one went off to the side. I'm like, oh, she's kind of cool looking when you get out here, like her lines, like her levelness of design and her freshness of look that she has, but she's going to be kind of void of muscle when you get up on her. And then when you do, she actually is one of the wider backed ones that's got a crisp, fresh turn to her. You can see, that spine working down and that loin rolling off of that spine. She's a nice choice and probably a pretty easy class winner. Young lady in second, you kind of just fall there. There's really nothing wrong with this animal. This one's frame size, build, design, very good. This one has some muscle. This one has some flexibility. Everything checks the boxes good. Just maybe gets a little too average in terms of how it presents muscle on that skeleton. I'd like to freshen that one's back. I'd like to see a harder, sharper turn to that loin edge. I'd like to clean that one up between its, lower mouth into its plate there and make that jawline just a little neater and tighter. But from the side, that one balances very well, and that one is probably the skeleton we need to build off of. Maybe we need to just up that protein and lower those fats and carbs in that one and sharpen and harden it up, throw some electrolytes at it to build that back when we came in here, and it could be a different type of game changer. Coming out in third down here, the young lady in kind of the teal shirt. This is the big, massive, stout one that comes out. You talk about one that just has a tremendous amount of spread. Go ahead and let him out. I mean, this is a big back, dense one. This one wants to fall apart in that latter part of the skeleton. This one wants to get just a little more deviated in that ham loin hookup area. Got to make it a little stronger there. That guy wants to get a little shorter in terms of his hip and not handle that rear leg with quite as much authority or quite as much comfort as we'd like to see. But if you like them big boned and you like them heavy muscled, that guy certainly has all the feature and everything to do that. The red shirt who's coming out here next, I believe we're talking about fourth place. Again, another one of those just easy fleshing kind of barrows, and our fat to muscle ratios get out of check a little bit here. I'd like to see more true muscle shape in this pig when you get on top of him and behind him, and maybe clean that one up in the lower third of his skeleton from a kind of a flabby or a finish standpoint. But at the same time, he's long hipped. He can utilize that rear leg real well, and probably what we had left, he is the pig that has the most amount of volume and muscle to him in comparison. A bigger frame, longer bodied, sharper lined, higher cutability barrow comes out here next. This young lady certainly has a trimmer one at the lower portion of her skeleton. She certainly had one that is higher cutability and leaner when you study her at the top side. I'd like to see more body and more expansion in that particular pig. I'd like to see that one come just a little bit truer. Young lady coming out next here, you are an exact example of what we need more in this world. You have a very average pig, but you have a lot of effort, and you have a lot of pride, and you have a lot of style. And in my opinion, this world lacks people who want to work and who want to earn something. You look like you got a lot of heart by how you present that pig. You can't compete any higher today because your dance partner isn't good enough, but you put you on a good dance partner. You're one of the best showmen that I've seen in a lot of years out here. Love how you present the average pig. Love how you handle yourself and how you show the pig. You should be commended for that. The pig that's going to close the class is stout, bulky, has a big turn to its rib, has a lot of product, and when you study that hog, that one's a little fluffy up front, a little soft when you get down its spine, and maybe one that doesn't handle that rear leg quite as well. But another one of those just meat, high-featured, high-density kind of pigs needs a little more show ring look. Congratulations to each and every one of you in this class.
Coming back from class number 5, 4-H Market Swine Yorkshires, will be Riley Taylor and Addie Roca. Coming into the ring next will be class number 6, 4-H Market Swine Yorkshires, weights 260 to 288 pounds. Audrey Ray, Weston Wagner, Kristen Dickey, Isabella Giles, Henry Kelm, and Colton Wagner.
Nice class here, and no gimmies on the bottom side of this thing. And actually, let's make them blues down there. No reds, blues. It's probably the highest quality or the best pigs we've had down at the bottom side of the class, and certainly when you talk about that, that means you got to have a pretty good one to get up to the top side of the class. And with that said, non-negotiable for me, young lady in the middle of the ring, that's the one that needs to lead the class off with and has that elite show pig kind of look. And yeah, just about everywhere you want to talk about a pig in this particular class, and it starts with her look and her presence from the side. It starts with her fresh back shape. When you get down to the top side of her skeleton, she's got that unique turn that we're looking for in here. Everything balances, that's the same pig, front to back, top to bottom, side to side, however you want to look at it. Bone matches, everything else, muscle, fat, muscle ratios are in check. Squareness coming and going is all good there. She's getting a little tired and a little gassed. She could probably have a little more endurance in her, but at the same time, even for one that's getting tired, she still angulates and has flexibility off of both ends. I think that's a pretty nice choice to start with. Young man coming in here, no slouch that we have in second place here, and this pig lands in second over third just from the sheer amount of, this one isn't quite as 12 o'clock is maybe our class winner, but maybe this one, if you call it 1 o'clock, and the other one's probably 2 o'clock, that's going to come in third. We're still a little fresher in our appearance in comparison to the pig in third. There's just a little more shape, a little more spread still up high. This one gives you a more youthful look from the side. Yeah, certainly we need to have more expansion through that center section of its body cavity and maybe trim that one's jawline up just a bit, but that's a nice choice to land into second place from basic build and design. I bet at one point the barrow that comes in third was pretty good. He looks to be like one that's just a little further along in terms of his maturity, maybe one that they set on to keep the weight out of him so they could make the correct weight here, or maybe he was just like this whole time, but he looks like one that's starting to show his age. He's a little stellar. He's a little more boring in terms of the way he presents muscle on his skeleton. You freshen that one up, you bulk him up, and as they get older, they tend to kind of get narrower and flatten out a little bit, and you put some with the skeleton there. From the side, that's probably the one that suits me the best from being the proper elevation, the proper length of body, having a very long hip. What's odd about him is for one that is average muscled and not extremely wide, he doesn't really get out and go off that rear leg that most of those pigs that get a little more average like that do. Normally, it's the pigs like this that come next that have lots of muscle and big back ends in them that have trouble moving off their rear legs. And I'd probably say the range of motion on this barrow is better than the one in front who's more average in his muscle shape. This is a power hog. This one is splitting his blade. This one is wide back. This one has a big hip, and this one has a big back end in them. And although we like those things, the law of diminishing returns has kind of hit us there. Because we're so stout and so powerful and so wide in our skeleton, we kind of lose some of that skeletal quality in terms of that pig being able to handle it. He's starting to get open and bulldogged in his front shoulder. He's starting to get a little soft down his spine, and more importantly, he's just a little rounder when you get out his hip. Yes, we want muscle, we want width, but you get to the point where sometimes you look like a bulldog, or you look like that guy that worked out in the gym too much on his chest and forgot about legs and everything else, and we just get out of balance. Big frame, long-bodied, sound, athletic barrow comes in next here. He's soft in his loin. He's had strep or sunburn at some point back there, which kind of takes away from his freshness of skeleton. He needs more true muscle shape is really what it comes down to. And again, I know the young lady in here is coming to the bottom of the class, and you can look at it, she's placing last. That is not the worst pig that we have seen today. This is a middle-of-the-road pig in a lot of classes, just a pretty solid class here in terms of having quality. There's one that has just a little more fleshing ability, a little more cage, a little more stoutness of skull and jaw. Just need to widen that one up underneath and maybe level that one out down its top, and it could be a different game where this one places in class. Congratulations to our Yorkshire exhibitors.
Congratulations. Coming back from class number 6, 4-H Market Swine Yorkshire, is Audrey Ray and Weston Wagner. Next class coming into the ring will be the final drive for the Yorkshire breed.
Our Yorkshire class winners out here, certainly two very high-quality pigs that could handle a tremendous amount of competition. And we didn't have big numbers in our Yorkshire show, but when you get down to it, and smaller numbers and smaller shows, sometimes you get a lot of differences in type and kind, and you got to bounce back and forth. What's unique about these is they're basically the same build, the same type and kind, the same frame size, kind of come from the same mold, and I like that about it. With that being said, there's one of them that's just a little wider when it comes right at you in terms of chest plate, in terms of front knee, in terms of front foot. There's one of them that's just a little more correct in terms of that fresh, groovy back shape that we like in them. And I think at the same time, that's the same pig that's just a little longer hipped and utilize that rear leg just a little bit better. Congratulations, young lady to my right. You're driving the champion Yorkshire.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Yorkshire, Audrey Ray.
We drop our second place to our champion out here. The young man comes out of the last class, and he logically fell into second place because his pattern build design, and he was a fresher one. But when you come down and you really want to study for who's going to be the reserve champion, there's one that's just more similar to our class winner. There's one that just a little more appropriate in terms of its fill, from front to back, top to bottom, just proportionality speaking, the one that balances up the best and still looks like a club pig. Young lady out of our first class is going to have your reserve champion.
Congratulations, our reserve champion Yorkshire, Riley Taylor. Coming into the class next will be our first class of 4-H Market Swine Light Cross, Class 7, weights 230 to 237. Miles Holling, Lauren Loomis, Raylan Wagley Wagoner, Brianna Soriano, Riley Taylor, Rayson Ramirez, Benjamin Graham, and Aiden Miller.
As we come into our light cross show here, the Blue Gilt's the one I'm going to elect to start the class with, and just the true dominator in this class, having some look from the side, but being the one that's got the big back, the cool groovy turn down to that top side of the skeleton, big hip, big hind leg, comes down square from hip hock to ground. If we could get this one drove and get that head elevated and really get that pig showcased, you'd see how good that particular Gilt is, but she's really unmatched in this particular class. She probably isn't built quite right off her front shoulder if you want to get real critical on her. To be able to pick that head up and really go, but she's still the one that needs to start. The young lady's going to come in second here with the race pig. That's certainly a good kind of pig. From a frame standpoint, you're okay heading out. From a frame standpoint, that one suits me very well, and in comparison to the rest of them, even though that pig from the side gives you that view, there's not going to be enough. That one actually has a big back, has high volume, high capacity up high. What I don't like about that pig, or why it gets into second place, I guess why I don't like it, is that pig wants to invert just a little bit. I wish we could keep that width we have up high all the way down to the base of our hooves. In particular, when you get in behind that one, she wants to close when she gets away from you. Young man that comes in three here, I thought about sliding you up to second because this is a real safe kind of pig. Good built, good designed, one that doesn't really have any flaws or get you in trouble anywhere, but at the same time, I just don't know if there's quite enough tricked out show pig in that thing to really justify going up higher. That's maybe one that could have handled a nutrition plan to really push it and bulk it up, because that skeleton from the side and those angles and that look and that design and pattern it has are certainly very good. That one's just a little more average in terms of muscle shape. We probably have more shape in the young lady who comes out next if you're talking about just sheer mass of muscle when you look up high. I don't know if that one's, I don't know. I know this one's not built quite as good as the one that's in front of it. I'd like to make this one a little squared at its front knee. I'd like to make that one a little sharper down its top line, and maybe more importantly, like to square that one up from behind and take some of that roundness out of it. But that one does have muscle. That one does have density, just kind of lacks the design of the pig right on top of it. A good pig here in terms of stoutness of skull, and it starts in the front end of these pigs, and you want one that's big boned, you want one that's wide, and you want one that's thick all the way through. They got to have a stout skull in them. They got to have width between their eyeballs. They got to have width between their ears. They got to have width in their jaw. And if you guys want some of those when you go select your show stock next time, if you search for those pigs that are dense skulled, you're going to get pigs like this that have a big blade, a big form, a big foot in them. They have big kind of features. This one kind of wants to get a little shallower as you work to the latter portion of that skeleton. Maybe one that wants to get just a little quick and a little mature looking up through the front end of that skeleton, but I do like the stoutness of feature. One that's more appropriate in terms of frame size, in terms of elevation, in terms of show barrel kind of look comes next here. I like the elevation at the shoulder. I like the extension this one has out in front of its blade in comparison to the barrow that comes right in front of it. That one just lacks the overall width and density of the pig. And as we start to work our way down the line, the young man, you did a good job. A few more baths along the way probably would have helped that one shine up, but I appreciate that you clipped it. I appreciate that you have some final bloom or something on it to make that thing shiny. At the same time, we're still just a little dingy of what we could have done before to really make that pig look as fresh and high presented as possible. You're down here in this part of the class because your pig just wants to get too tight and too restricted in the center part of its body cavity, but I like the effort of getting that one shiny. We have the easy flesh and high volume, high capacity one coming next, and if you want a pig that's just going to put its head in the feeder and eat and grow and eat and grow, that looks like that's what this barrow did. In a show ring scenario, he's just a little out of whack. He needs to be cleaned up, fitted, and fresher in his appearance. He needs to just have some of that bark that he has on him stripped off of him, but he does have some stout features. He does have some quality. Could have made him a pretty good show barrow. He's just outside of the grid from a fat to muscle ratio today.
Okay, congratulations. Coming back from class number 7, Market Swine Light Cross, is Benjamin Graham and Riley Taylor. Coming into the ring next will be class number 8, 4-H Market Swine Light Cross. Weights 248 to 258 pounds. Kate Rovey, Corbin Hayes, Malaya Cook, Benjamin Graham, Dylan Schlosser, William Peterson, and Kate Rovey.
one purple. A young man's pig that starts the class here does it rather handily. Just the one that offers a unique show pig kind of look. And where that one's really good is when you get that neck built on the top side of those shoulder blades and get that trim jawline where they're up-headed like that and where they still have that shoulder angulation where they can reach out and drive. That is very, very challenging to do. A lot of times when we get that elevated pig on the front end, that shoulder gets too far forward. There's no angulation. We don't have any slope or bend to that front knee, and that one does it very well. That's a very modern front third of that pig. Honestly, that whole pig is very modern and classic compared to where we're at in the show world right now. You know, for me, that one's kind of a little sissy-headed, sissy-skulled for how stout and powerful it reads at its blade split and its hip split, but at the same time, when you study its skull and its width between its eyeballs not being as massive as its bone work and its pins in its shoulder, it kind of correlates to the narrowness it has through the base portion of its skeleton and the challenge this pig has of just having that big center and that big rib shape it has to it. So very unique, a lot of that things has. At the same time, it becomes a little piecey. Love the look. Love the bone, love the big powerful hip. At the same time, I like to see that one stouter browed, wider chested coming at me and more expansive through the center portion of its body cavity in terms of rib shape. The young lady that falls in second here, second and third's the big decision in this class and where you really got to step down and judge them. Young lady's pig's just more capacious through the center part of its body cavity. You want to talk about one that comes out of that blade and has a big turn to that upper rib, you know, maintains that down into the flank through that center portion of its rib, has good sweep, has good depth, and carries it back into the flank. That's what we really like about that pig. At the same time, that one has such a big center and such a big cage, it kind of throws it out of balance a little bit because I don't know if there's enough stoutness of bone, enough stoutness of feature, and enough width the pig coming at you and getting away from you for that pig to truly balance. That is a big cage and a big center on one. You put bigger bones, bigger legs on that thing, a little longer neck, and an inch taller, and then it all balances out and the piece of the puzzle kind of come together. We move to the opposite end of the spectrum with the young man who comes in third here because that's an exotic one in terms of frame, elevation, extension, but yet we lack that center body capacity that we find in the pig right in front of it. It's give and take when you want to do these two. Yes, is he leaner? Is he harder backed? Is he higher cut or she higher cut ability? Of course. Does she have more stoutness of feature? Yes. I just thought maybe that one got a little less. I mean, they're both out of balance, but maybe kind of the wrong side of the spectrum. We hit the center of those two, then we can talk about the one that wins the class. Young lady with the blue pig that comes out next here for one of the pigs that we've seen with the longer tail and not notches. This one probably has the most amount of muscle in this particular stage of the game. I don't know if it genetically has it, if it's bred a little different than some of those, or maybe the nutrition program's there. But for one of the pigs that's lighter boned and just a little narrow in terms of how its skeleton's constructed, that pig does have some shape and evidence of muscle up high. Young lady does a great job fitting it. Young lady takes a lot of pride like fitting and showing her pig. Looks like she's out here to be serious in the show pig part of the game. She just needed to start with a pig that had a little more stuff to it if you want to finish it off and win your class. Young man who comes out here next, you know, that is a bulky, stout, you know, high volume kind of pig. That one's just a little ill in terms of the way it's made, wants to get down headed up front, wants to get a little shorter and steeper out his hip, and kind of takes away from that visual eye appeal. You talk about bone work, you talk about just natural turn to rib up high, you know, that pig suits you very well. Just need to have it a little sharper looking if you want to come out here and be up in the top end of a class like this in a show scenario. Big frame, long-bodied Gilt comes out next here. She's a little narrow at her knee. She lacks that center body capacity and mass all the way through. And we close the class with the Landrace Chester influence pig that we have here. Again, one that looks like he fleshed just fine, one that looks like he grew just fine. It just genetically, that pig doesn't look like he has enough bone and true muscle show pig shape in him to get up off the top of this class any higher. But he's athletic and he does have flesh and ability.
Congratulations. Coming back from Class 8 is Dylan Schlosser. Next class coming into the ring will be Class 9. 4-H Market Swine Light Cross. Weights 266 to 270 pounds. Brooklyn Butchett, Braden Hill, Addison Miller, Bubba Kelm, Lily Kelm, Tyler Teagues, and Emmett Profit.
We jump out here into our, starting to get a little bigger pigs. A young lady in front of me, easy selection to be your class winner. That's the big backed one that has some cage, has some body to it, still operates pretty well off both ends of a skeleton. But simply put, when you get right on top of this pig, I mean, that one looks like a tabletop on its back, has a big square kind of hip in it. I'd like to stouten it up. I'd like to elevate it to this front end, but it's easily the best pig that we have here. Young lady that comes in second here with kind of that speckle-butted gilt. We can just let third run around. It's fine, guys. That's a nice pig, and in terms of our class winner, I do like the elevation that one has at the point of its shoulder. I do like that one's look and extension out through the front end and that cleaner, trimmer jawline that this gilt offers. I just didn't see as much pig there from the top down. She wants to get a little steeper in her hip and maybe not handle that rear leg quite as well, but that's a quality kind of pig here that logically falls into second. The cage fighter gilt that comes out here next, one that certainly can get out and get around, and one that gives you a neat kind of profile to it. I read her being a little more upright in her front shoulder. I thought she was a little more restricted in her heart and then carried that back into her flank, just being a little tighter in terms of her guts. But you put some center capacity on that pig, you kind of reangulate that front shoulder, and it's a different game. She could probably build the class around her. The young man that's going to come out next here with a stout, dense one, this one's probably just a little fluffier, probably has just a little more stuff to him in comparison to the pigs right on top of him, and you can see that guy's wider at his blade. That guy's got a little more spread when you get up on high, or that girl, I guess we should say. At the same time, that one gets pretty inverted. That one probably is the one we need to fix the most when you get how that one comes into its hip and handles its rear leg. If you're talking about just muscle shape, that might be the heaviest muscled one that we have in the class. I thought skeletally we needed to redesign that thing and make it a little more athletic. We do have a more athletic pig here, maybe a more proportional pig that comes in next with the young man with the cool hairdo here. I love the balance that this pig gives. That pig's height, that pig's length, that pig's width of skeleton is all the same. At the same time, I just don't know if there's as much of it. That's another one that maybe has that shoulder blade just a little too far forward in it to really get up and go. Maybe one that's just a little more average in terms of its freshness and the way everything's presented on the skeleton. The young lady that comes out next year, big, tall, long-bodied pig, just not enough there. And then we close the class. Young man did a good job getting everything all fitted up to come to the show. We just need a partner here that's got just a little more width of skeleton, a little more stoutness of feature to go up any higher. Congratulations to the exhibitors in this light cross class.
Coming back from Class 9 4-H Market Swine Light Cross, Lily Kelm and Addison Miller. Next class coming into the ring will be class number 10, 4-H Market Swine Light Cross, weights 274 to 283. Lily Clements, R.J. Nonamaker, Millie Ward, Lily Clements, Maddie Wagley Wagoner, and Kendall Tetrick.
Young lady closest to me here is going to start the class, and the unique, elegant-looking barrow that we have out here. And he's not the stoutest in his feature, not the strongest in his feature, but he's certainly the one that gives you a neat look from the side. He's got enough up high. He's fresh enough in his back shape. He's stout enough in terms of his bone makeup for me in this particular scenario. Now, you stouten that one up, put a little more to him. He certainly can compete. And if you're going to make that argument for this Gilt, I'm probably not going to disagree with you. She's stout in her features. She still runs uphill. She's still got a big back. She's got a big center in her. I don't know like how she handles her rear legs. And maybe I one-traded her out of the first hole. But that one, when you get behind, wants to get just a little too wide for me, wants to get that hawk outside itself, and wants to give you a little bit of that Bowie look from the back. We need to elongate her hip as well, but lots of pieces. Those front 2/3 of that pig is probably as good as the top end that we've seen in this particular blue show. The blue one that comes in here when it dropped in class, I thought, well, there's one that's got some density and some mass and still has some eye appeal to it. But when you get down to these final three, yes, you like all that stuff that draws your eye to it, but at the same time, I question if this one is just big enough in its kind. That one wants to get a little more jammed up through the front end of its skeleton. That one's probably showing the most amount of bark through the base portion of its skeleton, and you're probably talking about the shortest hip one with the least range of motion on the rear leg. I do like the spread. I do like the mass. I do like the width that this one brings to the table. Those blue ones, when you put some shiny stuff on them, they're kind of fun to look at too. It gives you a real attractive, glowy kind of look. That one's just a little too moderate and bunched up for me to justify moving him out of third. Young lady that comes in 4 here, another one of those just good pattern kind of pigs. Basic build, basic design. This one suits you very well. At the same time, when you study that pig, it's wider at its blade than it is at its hoof. It doesn't have as much shape and as much width up high as the pig's on top of it. And for lack of a better term, it just gets a little plainer and a little stellar in terms of the way it's put together. Pattern from the side's good. Need to freshen that one up, square that one up in its back shape. The pig that comes next, exotic in terms of its frame, exotic in terms of its extension, sound, athletic, free moving, just no muscle, no bone in that pig to move it out of the bottom hole.
Coming back from class number 10, 4-H Market Swine Light Cross, will be Kendall Tetrick and Lily Clements. Coming into the ring next is class 11, 4-H Market Swine Light Cross, weights 284 to 296 pounds. Sierra Blankenship, Henry Kelm, Augustus Steller, Leslie Bothman, Jace Palmer, and Kendall Tetrick.
Young lady driving at me wins the class handily. Got the high-quality hog. She's a high-quality driver in this particular class. And on top of that, Barrow being very, very good in terms of just his overall build and the way he's managed. Everything just fits together, kind of the perfect amount of everything for the skeleton of that pig. And is he the most tricked out one we've seen today? Absolutely not. But he's tall-shouldered. He's neat-looking. He's level-backed. He's got mass. He's got spread. He's got bone. He's got flexibility. And whoever put that pig together is on the backside of it did a perfect job of matching up the muscle, the hydration, the body, the fill, and everything with the skeleton to make it very well balanced. Not to take anything away from 503 here, because this guy's a pretty good on the stick as well. Two very elite showmen that we have at the top end of this class here, just showing off their stock. When you really get down and get into it, yes, this Barrow could have won 3 of the light classes that we've seen today. This particular class, he just runs into one of those juggernauts. That one's not as unique in terms of the way he's built and elegant, and quite as unique and elegant the way he's built out through that front third of his skeleton. He's not as crisp in his top shape. Most importantly for me, that one wants to get just a little narrow coming at you, and he wants to invert just a little in behind. In comparison to the one that wins the class, he's still a high quality kind of hog, just has one of them real good ones in here. Young lady's belted blue here, kind of gets in third place just by having a little more to it and being a little sharper in terms of the way it looks than the young man in 4. There's more true muscle shape up high in this pig. There's more turn to that loin edge. This one's a little more appropriate in terms of its trim and in terms of its finish through the lower portion of its skeleton. I wish this guy would just pick his head up and get out and go. I wish we had a little better wash job on that thing and fit it up to make him look a little fresher. We might even be able to line him into second hole if all that happened, but I think a nice place to have him is in 3. The young man in 4 here, man, he's got a fast, athletic one, and if you talk about capacity and you talk about one that has true rib shape and true volume through that center part of its body cavity, that certainly this Barrow comes to mind when you talk about that. With that being said, he's probably not as crisp in his turn when you get down the top side of his skeleton. He's not as true and genuine from top to bottom in terms of his base width, and he's working just a little more jowl on him, but he has some pieces on him that are real good. The flop-eared pigs that are going to come out next year, we can kind of just pair them up when we talk about 6 and 7. Both of the red ribbon pigs that are going to come out here, they're tall, they're long, they're sound. It's kind of sound like a broken record down here on the bottom side. If you want to do better, you're just going to have to go out and start with a project that's got more muscle, more show pig genetics in it. If you want to place up higher in these classes, just not enough pig in those to justify moving them out of the bottom end.
Coming into the drive next will be our light cross final drive.
We drop our class winners out from our blue show, and you can see it was a little hit and miss throughout the show, and for having 5 classes of them, 6 classes of them, whatever we had, and having the numbers that we had, you'd like to see it a little more consistent out here. Good pigs come in all shapes and sizes. A good friend of mine, Jim McCoy, taught me that when I probably wasn't much older than you guys in here. I heard that term for the first time, and it didn't make a whole lot of sense till I started breeding pigs, till I started judging pig shows, that you can have a frame pig that's maybe a little narrow that's still good. You can have a little moderate power pig that's still pretty pretty good. And when you come where you don't get lots of numbers and lots of high-end quality, it's going to look a little different and have some variation when you get out here. At the same time, these are the ones that came out, and they were the ones that kind of commanded that they needed to win their classes for the pieces and the parts that they had. When you get down to it, the 5 of them that are out here, there's one that's just a little more special, one that's just a little more elite. If you don't find this one to be champion, you probably got to readjust your eye, because it's pretty much a no-brainer. Young lady in front of me is driving your champion blue.
Grand Champion Light Cross 4-H Hog, Kendall Tetrick.
Here you really get down, like the champion in this blue division or light cross division kind of just says, I got to be champion. We really got to start judging hogs to pick our reserve, and there's a trio of them that come out to it. The blue pig that's right here in front of me and the squawky pig that's over here to my left. Obviously, those are the ones that needed to win their class, but maybe ones that are just a little more not as out there in terms of any areas, or maybe the ones that just doesn't come down to, in my mind, that those are the ones that need to follow second, or the ones that need to be out there in the champion drive as we come back later tonight. The 3 that are right out here in front of us, so those are the ones that come into consideration, and it is close in my mind, because they are all different. They all have parts that I could really tie into, and they all have things I'd like to make better. The young man's blue pig, we talked about, I'll just talk about them in the order they came in the ring. That was a pig that I love the look, and I love the extension that one has up front. It's unique and hard to make one like that can still get up and go off that front end. It's hard to make one with big feature and big limbs and big pieces like that, that still can handle it and keep it together. That one, is he stout enough scold, or she stout enough scold? Does she have enough rib in her? Is she wide enough coming and going? That's the question, and it's all what you get to go with it. Yes, ideally, if you're talking about a $20,000, $30,000 crossbred gilt, or the one that's going to win big shows, probably not. But for this scenario, that one's certainly in the mix. The young man in the vest here that comes out, that was another one of those that this pig is so good up high. I mean, that guy spread up high, and that one's turned to that upper rib is everything we want to do, and he doesn't disappoint. That barrel's so good in his flank. He's so good in terms of how he transitions in his forerib and how he transitions back into his flank. He gives you a neat look from the side, from his shoulder back. Is he the tricked out looking fun one? Absolutely not, but he's got a lot of good pieces to him. I'd like to make him a little more cobra fronted up front. I'd like to stouten him up in his bone work and square him up from top to bottom to really say he's the one. You get another fun one to look at here, the blue face pig the young lady has, and that one certainly gives you a look like the class winner. That one certainly gives you a look like the barrel that wins the class. That one's actually got width to it. That one has splitted its blade. That one has mass and width up high. That one's got a big pin set in him. He doesn't disappoint you when you get away. The big question on this guy, is he fresh enough in terms of the way he presents his muscle and skeleton? Is he stout enough in his bone work to go with all that? He's a little more sissy-headed. He's a little frailer in terms of the way he puts together, and maybe he gets just a little smaller in terms of his foot size. I don't think it's necessarily any of those 3. I can make an argument why to put him in there. I can make an argument why to keep him out of there. I think the one that's the most current and the one that's maybe the most fun to look at right now, and probably the one, and again, it's a 2-point cut between all of them, that I'm going to line to be your reserve champion, is Young Man's Gilt out there in the center of the ring. He's driving your reserve blue for me.
Congratulations, reserve champion Light Cross, Dylan Schlosser. Just a reminder, for those division winners and reserve champion, we will be doing backdrop pictures at the next 30-minute break between the 4-H Hog Show and the Gilt Show. Coming into the ring is Class 12, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross, weights 230 to 230. Colden Wagner, Piper Besh, Avery Pearson, Darby Watt, Bella White, Kellen Lastman, and Lauren Loomis. First call, class number 13. First call, class number 13.
we come out here in this class and a little more mix and match what you want to do, but I still keep coming back to the same pig, the young lady in the center of the ring, and maybe it's how she drives her pig, how she fits her pig, how she presents her pigs that keeps making me come back. But it's kind of a tie situation as you go here. I'll be the first to say that pig does not have enough bone. That pig does not have enough feature. That pig is incredible to look at from the side, from elevation, extension, presence. I mean, that thing is just Disneyland to look at. When you get on top of that pig, that is the biggest back, freshest back pig we have in this class. And if you don't believe me, follow that thing when it goes back to the barn. I mean, that one has a big, fluffy, grooved up back in it. It's very odd because that one's average in terms of its chest, that one's average in terms of its heart, and that one has no bone. Will say, when this young lady came out of the class, the first 2 or 3 steps in the ring, that first impression, she gave you an awesome impression. She's ready to go. She had that pig stuck, and there's never a point where that was off tilt, and there's not a point in that fitting process that's not there. I like a lot of things about the pig that's in second place here, and there's a point where I actually had that one winning, and when I came down to what am I going to say about it that's better than the other pig, it came down to that pig has more bone and a stouter skull. When you start going all the other directions, we're a little neater looking with our class winner. We're wider and fresher in our back shape in comparison to our class winner. We're more athletic in our class winner. There's more positives I could talk about. I appreciate the fact that you took the time to dye the pig, and try and make that thing highly fitted. At the same time, if we're going to do it, we got to make sure that when we're rinsing the Just for Men and all that stuff out of them, it doesn't leak back into the black and kind of makes that pig look a little dingy and not as fresh as it can be. I love lots of pieces that we have in this pig that comes in third. That's a stout featured one. That's a big skulled one. That's a big armed one. That's a big footed one. That's a big backed one. You can just throw a lot of B's at this thing, and I mean, it is what it is. Is that one quite big enough in its type and kind? I could question myself on that, talking about lightweight hogs. Where it really runs in a deal breaker for me, you get behind this pig, that right hock's blown and swollen, and that's the reason it lands down in third. You give that thing a set of running gear in the back and a set of good hocks in there, I could probably justify the moderation to be our class winner and slide everyone else down a hole. But when you talk about those pigs that have those busted blown hocks, we just kind of got to slide them down. The pig that from the side, you want to initially like, because in this particular class, it does look stout. It does have some fleshing ability. It does have center cage. I'll grant you all that. Young lady does a very good job of getting that pig clean, nose to tail, top to bottom. So I like the time that you spent on that pig. That doesn't happen because you came to the fair, you started a week ago. This one's been in the process of being treated like a show pig should, from a washing and keeping that pig clean standpoint. When you really study that pig, though, he's the plainest. She's the plainest down her top. She's the roundest down her top side. She's working just a little too much fat on her. You want to move her up a hole or two, I wouldn't disagree with you. Opposite end of the spectrum comes next. Tall, long, lean, heavy muscled, high cutability hog that the young lady in orange has there. That one's just too harsh and too just drastic through that center portion of its body cavity. Put some belly in that pig, put some flesh and ability in that pig in its center cavity, and we could certainly talk about a whole different thing, because that's another neat looking one that looks like it's had a lot of time on the scrub brush and presentation put into it. Our two pigs that are going to close the class here, maybe ones that when you got down here, and again, this pig is not a pig that we traditionally have down in 6th or 7th place that comes out second from last year. I mean, that's a pretty wide-chested, pretty big back kind of pig there, but he is plainer in his muscle shape, and he does want to deviate when you get right in behind him. And the pig that closes the class, certainly not the worst one we've had to close the class here. This is the best class we've had from top to bottom in terms of having good quality. Just need to see a little more pig there to move him up.
Coming back from class number 12, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross will be Piper Besh and Darby Watt. Coming into the ring next will be class number 13, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross. Weights 233 to 237. Raymond Laz, Kinley Nollmeyer, Carly Bricky, Caden Cole, and Blake Harp.
Young lady in the red just comes out, and from the gate, I mean, it's hard to say. You talk about first impressions, and just like in the last class, and that's not why they win, but it certainly doesn't help to get a good first impression. But she comes out of the gate, she has that pig stuck, she's never missed a beat, she's serious, she's a high-quality showman, she's a high-quality fitter. All those things go into the equation of putting this all together. A fast race car needs a good driver, and you got a good driver right here, needs a good pit crew to put everything together on it, and that fit job is kind of like getting that race car tuned in. And then if you got a fast car on top of it, which you do, you have the pig that has more of those tricked out pieces kind of to go fast. That's the equation to win these pig shows. There's the one that's sound, there's the one that's athletic, there's the one with the skeletal quality that we're looking for. Is it the biggest backbone we've seen all day, the biggest middle, the biggest bone? Absolutely not. Does that one fit its weight? Does that one fit its kind? And does that one really have nothing bad to say about it? Just kind of the good, balanced, functional, complete pig in this class. It checks a lot of boxes. Absolutely. Just helps it has a great drive and a great fit job on it. Young lady comes out next here. Second and third, this pig just has a little more look, a little more style. Elevation up at that front shoulder, the ability of that pig to get its head up, or maybe the driver's ability to get the head up is probably what we should say is what we really like. That thing is athletic off of all four ends of its skeleton. That one's got more turn and more crisp back shape to it than the pig that's going to come next. But more importantly, that pig's just a little wider and truer from top to bottom, than our pig that's going to come in third. I like the fleshing ability. I like the cage. I like the bone work that the pig in third has. At the same time, that one's just a little chuffy up through its front end, a little lower, wants to run downhill just a bit. But more importantly for me, when you're wide up high and you want to come base narrow, that's a little bit of counterfeit, and that really tells us that that pig's pushing more fat up high than it is true muscle shape. True muscle shape usually comes square from top to bottom. Young man coming out next here with a belted hog. I know we're talking about a 4th, 5th place pig, however you want to look at it. This is a quality pig that we've had down here. This is another one of those good classes, in our dark cross show here that we have. Young man's pig patterns up very well from the side, has muscle, has athleticism, has center body, maybe just doesn't have some of that cool design and some of that cool clubby show pig look for a show scenario, but from an everyday practicality standpoint, that barrow has to, or that gilt has to suit you very well. The barrow that comes out next year, another one of those just high volume, high capacity pigs. They can get out and get it done. These are the kind of hogs that sit in the feeder all day long. Yeah, they cost you money because they eat, but at the same time they convert and they grow and they get off your grocery bill a little faster when you're talking about the real world. From a show scenario, he's a little past prime. His fat has kind of overtaken his muscle. If we would have trimmed that one up, sharpened that one up, he'd be crisper down his top. He'd have a little trimmer kind of belly, but he's a good pig, and certainly for last place, he is much better than a lot of them we've had down there. I commend that guy for having a high quality kind of barrow to finish us off.
Coming back from class number 13, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross will be Carly Bricky. Next class coming into the ring is class number 14, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross. Weights 238 to 252. Austin Laz, Parker Graylep, Nisi Bone, Addie Rocha, Emma Lewis, Weston Wagner, and Isabella Giles.
The chromed up pig that's going to start the class here, young man's driving. From no point did I ever think this one wasn't going to sit in the first hole. And that Gilt, she's just kind of unique in terms of this class. And presentation is on point for that one, but she's fresh back, she's big hip. She can get out and go off both ends of her skeleton. She's a little cresty when you study her between her ear and her blade, and maybe she wants to get just a little lazy down that loin ever so slightly at points. But she's a logical one to start and build the class around. You could go different directions from there, but the one that emulates a show pig the best for me is a young lady who's out in the center of the ring. And this pig does not want to drive and get out and go, but that's a tall-shouldered, long neck, cool-fronted one that we have here. She still has shape and still has mass up high. She lacks the stoutness of skeleton and lacks the squareness of skeleton of our class winner, but she does a lot of cool things for you. The young lady who's going to come in third place here has the power hog in the class, and I like the density, I like the bulk. I like that you took the time to clean this pig and present this pig and show this pig off. I wish you would have backed off just a little bit. This one's a little past 12 o'clock, been in the oven just a little too long and overcooked. We're just a little too fleshy out front. We're just a little too fleshy through that base portion of our skeleton. If we would kind of dieted that pig, hardened it up, sharpened it up that top line, and thrown some stuff at it, maybe to burn that jowl up just a little bit, I think this could be a game changer, maybe push our class winner up there for first and second place. The look, the style, the design, the lines of the black pig that comes next here is certainly what you have to appreciate. You have to question yourself, is there enough pig there? I was going to put it third. I've had it all the way down to fifth. I like the look from the side. Need to see more center body, more flank in that particular pig. Gets a little dry under its rib, but more importantly, just need to see that pig yanked open. We do have more with the skeleton. We do have more center body, and in all honesty, we probably have more volume of muscle up high in the barrel that comes next. He's plainer in terms of the way he presents it on his skeleton. He's a little steeper in his hip, and he's a little lower in his front shoulder set. You want to move him up a hole? I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. He's a quality hog that just lacks that sex appeal that we need in a show ring from a show pig kind of standpoint. Big frame, long bodied barrel comes out next here. He looks a little old, looks a little mature. Freshen him up in his back shape, freshen him up in the center part of his body cavity. We could talk different things, and we're going to close the class. Blue ribbon pig here that we're closing the class with, no reds in here. So this probably is our class that we've had the highest quality pig that finishes for us. I certainly commend the exhibitors in this class for doing it. There's a pig that down at the bottom end still has some shape up high, still shows evidence of turn, still has some show pig look, just doesn't do it quite as out there as some of those right in front of it. But congratulations to each and every one of these kids in this dark cross division.
Okay, congratulations. Coming back from class 14 will be Weston Wagner and Nessie Bone. Next class coming in the ring is class number 15, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross. Weights 254 to 259. Miles Holling, Cruz Gomez, Natalie Arms, Garrett Booth, Piper Besh, Carter Ray, Caitlin Lant, and Hunter Hoffman.
Good class and a lot of fun discussion here. There's not one you just land on to kind of go, but the safest one that puts the most amount of positives together for me is a young showman that's out here in the center of the ring, and that gilt just screams like look and elegance and style and very eye-captivating. Love the elevation, love the extension, love the levelness of lines. She's got muscle to her. She's got, bone to her. Everything just kind of fits. Is she real out there in any one area? Yeah, she's way out there, and she's cool looking. Is she out there in terms of being the widest back, the biggest of anything? Probably not, but everything fits together in that pig. I'd like to see her just a little hairier, a little denser, a little softer through that center part of her body, and maybe if she just got out and drove a little better. But I think that's the pig that puts the most amount of pluses together. That's the one that checks all the boxes at the highest level. She's not the pieciest one, but she's the complete one that I think we need to start the class with. If you want to go to the one that has some wild pieces, you're going to land in second place. And I mean, that thing is a rear view away from being the sale starter or being the show starter, the class starter right here, and then let's find out what happens in the champion drive, because that thing is absolutely unique in those front 2/3. And I want to put that one up in first, because that one, even though that other pig is good looking, this one is good looking too. This one is bigger back, fresher back, better presented, more pliable through the center part of her body cavity. She just runs into some trouble when you get behind her. There's too much back there and she can't handle it. If we could just take some of that big back end off of her and make her a little less round, make her handle that rear leg better, but more importantly, bring that rear leg in between her, that would certainly help her. It's hard to put one that has some of those wild pieces in second place, but I honestly could probably justify getting her in third more than I could justify getting her up in first place if you're talking about just good livestock that are fundamentally complete. The black pig does some things real well too. That's your stout featured pig. That's your dense, bold kind of pig. That one's got a big blade, a big forearm, a big skull working in it, and we certainly doesn't disappoint us in terms of shape. That one gets softer down its top line in comparison to the two on top of it. That one's a little lower set at its shoulder, softer in its front pasture, and it's a little chuffier up there through its head and neck region, and in all honesty, doesn't have that sharp shape and maybe that true squareness of skeleton, from top to bottom that the two right on top of it had. The young man's pig in fourth is the challenge pig for me in this particular class, because there's things about this one I like. I love this one from the side. That elevation, that extension, that pliability, very similar to the pig that wins the class. When I got down to these final four and you truly broke these pigs down, that one was the flattest in his blade. That one came out of his blade with the least amount of back shape, the least amount of fresh back shape to it. That one's presented very good. That one has a unique look from the side. That one probably wants to get the steepest and use its rear leg, the least appropriate of our final four that we had out here if you take the second place out of consideration. A lot of cool things going on there. Need to stout that one up and open that one up. Young lady, man, coming in 5. This is a fun class to discuss because there's quality animals all the way down here. We're still looking at some pigs. I don't think I've said the purples and all that to you guys, have I? So we're still looking at, some pretty high-quality pigs here. Here's another tall-shouldered, geeky-fronted one that is very, very good in terms of, just her look and her style. I just don't know if there's enough pig there. We need more center body. That center section gets a little dry for me. When you study that one coming right at you, I wish we had just a little more chest plate. Just wish we had a little more sternum in that pig. But from a look standpoint, from a fitting standpoint, and from a young person's ability to get out and flat out drive one standpoint, that one needs to land in 5 today. I imagine when showmanship comes around tomorrow, that's going to be one of ours. That's going to be hard to get out of that first or second hole. We kind of lose just a little bit when we go right here, and not from quality of pig, because certainly flesh and ability, just a modern-day skeleton, modern-day pig in terms of rib shape and design and build. This barrow does a lot of things really well. He just kind of gets outclassed in terms of look in this class. He's not as stout in his feature, and more importantly, just not as sharp in his undercarriage. I believe there's one more pig in here, correct? 2 more. The young lady that comes out next here, maybe a little bigger and a little more exotic in its frame size. Perhaps you could talk about this one and argue this one because of its added blade, its added forearm, its added foot size. You could slide it up a little more. That one just kind of ran out of gas in terms of muscle shape and in terms of true hard muscle shape and with the skeleton for me. And we close the class with one that probably has more width and spread and skull shape. And again, I commend you guys. We're not down here in these red and white ribbon pigs at the bottom side of this class. Like, we still have pigs with a show quality and show look and appearance to them, just maybe a little chuffier, maybe one that needs just to be a little more modern out through that front end of its skeleton. Good class of hog. Those top 4 or 5 especially are pretty good. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class 15, dark cross. Garrett Booth, and Carter Ray. Could we have Natalie Arms and Hunter Hoffman to the announcer's booth, please? Natalie Arms and Hunter Hoffman.
We come out here trying to get my ribbon colors in place, but the brockled up pig here that comes in just commands your attention, and certainly the one that has to win this class and wins it handily. And you talk about one that is presented to a T. If you're looking to up your game in terms of fitting and presentation, I'd follow this young man back to the barn, and the crew that's putting it together, or him or whoever's helping. I know these things are family projects, and I'm perfectly okay with all that, but I mean, that thing is presented and fitted as well as you could do one. It is hard to get them white ones, especially them broccoli things, to kind of transition and do that, but perfect paint job on that one, perfect amount of just about everything. Clip job, very, very good. That's a hard one to pick a hole in. I mean, that thing is wowy and fun to look at, and maybe it cricks in just a little on those front feet, which is not a deal breaker at all. Probably the thing, if you were going to get the most on it, it's starting to puff those nodes back there just a little bit, and its flank get a little sloppy back there, but very, very still within the realms of what we call acceptable, especially for this class. Young lady has a pig that I insta-pinned right out of the gate, and that's what we're going to kind of do. When some of these things are just a little more special, we'll put them back in. There's no need to walk them around while we're sorting off the rest of the class. And this is one of those pigs that just has that clubby show pig kind of look. Does it do it? And as far as out there reaching pieces, is our pig that we used to win the class? Absolutely not. But that is a modern-day show pig in terms of build, in terms of design, in terms of presence and flexibility. Gets a little soft in its loin, doesn't have enough center cavity to compete with our class winner. Certainly we could scrub on that pig a little more and make it look a little fresher, more youthful, would help it. And that's what I do like about the young man that comes out in third here. That is a pig that is presented very well, very fresh, very good presentation on it. A long-bodied, skeletally extended kind of barrow. The challenge when we get them too long is it's really hard to get them filled out and get them to proportion the way they need to in here. And you can see that added length of body that this one has makes it look a little snakier through the center part of its skeleton. We'd like to fill that one up, bloom that one up through the middle. That one still needs to be taller shoulder. That one still needs to be cleaner in its jawline, but that certainly is a well-presented, sound, athletic kind of barrow that just doesn't have quite those wowie, clubby pieces, the one on top of it. Another one of those big, widespread, massive, high-volume, high-capacity hogs that comes in here. We like that about it. This one's big-backed and big-centered. At the same time, this one's pushing the envelope a little too far in terms of flesh. We probably needed to back off on our feed, nutrition, our fat, and our carbs, trim this one up through the base portion of its skeleton, give it a shot of bone, level it out in its top line, and we could talk about a different thing. But you talk about just sheer meat and muscle, meat and potatoes kind of pig, that really describes that pig well. I like the frame, the extension, the pattern of the I guess red belted thing that we'll call it coming out here next. But at the same time, just a little plainer, a little more average in terms of width of skeleton. Give that thing some more muscle, some more yank of skeleton. We could certainly move it up as we start working our way down the line. We have a good set of pigs or a good pair of them to close them out here. We still look like club pigs, still look like show pigs down here. I commend the exhibitors for that. Big bodied, big centered, good caged kind of pig. The crinkle ear barrow there has nothing to do with the crinkle ear. That's just an identification. He just gets a little plainer when you study him in terms of top shape and turns of muscle shape, wants to run out of gas and seat in his pants. And the black pig, again, for when you talk about the bottom end of the class here, certainly a solid kind of pig that has more bone, more density, more skull shape, more muscle than a lot of them we've had at the bottom. But at the same time, it gives up the most in comparison to the rest of the class, so he's got to finish them off. Good class of pigs here in the Dark Cross Show. Let's give all the exhibitors a nice hand as they head back to the holding pen.
Congratulations. Coming back from class 16 will be Hagen Tippett and Kinley Everts. Coming into the ring next will be class 17, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross, weights 264 to 268 pounds, Paxton Ostrich, Laramie Lure, Hunter Arms, Michaela Taufin, Violet Smith, Caleb Henderson, Shelby Roberge, Ty Voss, and Colton White.
Another nice class of hogs here, and a young man's pig wins the class pretty handily for me. A combination of look, muscle, and just balance when you get off to the side of this one, and love the way that one runs uphill, love the levelness of lines when you get on top of them. This one has a crisper, sharper, fresher turn to its back, probably more appropriate in terms of its fill, how it comes out of its forerib and ties back into its flank at the bottom side of its skeleton. That's a sound, athletic one that has reach and flexibility off of both ends, a pretty comfortable winner. Our second place pig does have some advantages. We're just a little stouter in our feature, the width between our brow, and our width of skull, our stoutness of skull, just a little bit better. I think we might actually have a little bit better blade working on us, but at the same time, we're just a little plainer and a little stellar when we get down the back side of our skeleton. We're not as dimensional through that center part of our body cavity in terms of having that big cage that carries that turn that one has to the top part of its rib down into the lower part of its rib. We're just getting a little more tucked up in its flank, but a nice place to go in second. The young man that comes in 3 here, again, has one that likes to get around the ring, and a big-footed, stout-featured kind of barrow that we have here. The black barrow does have some shape and some dimension. What really makes me drawn to him is that big blade, that big forearm, the big paws that he goes to the ground with. He's got a big, massive hip in him. He's just not quite clubby enough in terms of his look. He wants to get more jammed up fronted. We need to clean up his jawline, extended from blade to ear, make him run uphill, perhaps level him out in his hip just a little bit, and I think it's one that we could build the class around. He's got pieces. He just doesn't put the whole puzzle together for us to go ahead and start him today, but I do like a lot of things about him. On the opposite end of the spectrum, the young lady that comes out in the blue has one that is a little more unique looking, a little taller at the point of that shoulder, a little cleaner and trimmer through that jawline. I like that about her. At the same time, she lacks the bone, the power, the mass to just compete with the pigs on top of her, and at the same time, this one just doesn't want to get out and drive. I don't know if she's not sound or if she just doesn't like to go, but I have a feeling she doesn't like to get off those rear legs because we got to reconstruct that hip and that hock alignment to really get her to go. We do have a sounder, more athletic one that comes out here when we talk about our Brockle barrow next. Certainly a good, solid, functional kind of pig. Just a little more average in terms of the way it presents muscle on its skeleton. Maybe one that just doesn't come at us with as much authority in terms of width and leave us with much authority in terms of width and muscle shape when you get behind it, but certainly has some of those good pieces. A real soft, pliable, big middled gilt comes out next here. I love the pliability that this one has. I love the smoothness that she has and just the ability to flesh that she has here. At the same time, in a show ring scenario, when you get those that have that fleshing ability and have some of that smoothness, they're not as unique to look at up front. She wants to get off in her top line right there in that hamline hookup area. She wants to get a little lazy, and she lacks true muscle shape and trimness to get up any higher. Big frame, long-bodied, market weight, flexible barrow comes out next here, and unquestionably, if you just take a picture by one, that one is exotic in his look. He comes at you really narrow. He needs to be opened up in his skeleton. He needs to have more muscle shape. Same thing goes with the young lady that comes out next here. This one looks like it may have had an injury at some point to me. I love the jawline. I love the bone work. That is a stout bone one for a big frame, tight gutted kind of hog. Normally when you get big framed and tight gutted, you get kind of frail. That one does have some density of bone. That one does have some paw size to it. That one's just too harsh and dry in the center part of its cavity, and I imagine at some point along the line that one was injured or sick, just kind of how it looks. Doesn't want to get off. We're going to close the class, man, with a big, massive one that certainly has plenty of openness of skeleton, plenty of fleshing ability. We're just getting a little too far past prime here. This one just has a little more fat. I'd like to see a little less fat, a little more muscle, and when you look at those hock joints, we can see some swelling in there, but a quality hog that looks like a show hog, and like we like to have them. Another good class of dark crosses. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Coming back from Class 17, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross will be Ty Voss and Violet Smith. Next class coming into the ring will be Class 18, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross, weights 272 to 278. Piper Price, Adeline Jensen, Tucker Wolf, Bubba Kelm, Caitlin Lant, Tyler Teagues, Kyler Fisk, and Morgan Logstrom.
Black Barrel handily wins the class here. Just screams elite and screams quality when you get him out here. And he's not the easiest one to drive, but he's an up-headed, big, stout, featured one. He's got big paws. He's got good hair. He's got a good look. He's put together as well as you can put one together. From getting him ready to come out in a show ring standpoint, pretty challenging to get around him. When the young man comes in the ring, I'll tell you what, this cowboy can flat get out and show here, and I certainly appreciate that about him. He's dressed professional, and he knows how to use that whip. He just runs into a juggernaut here. Here's a pretty good kind of barrow, up-headed, long neck kind of one. He's got enough spread and got enough dimension all the way through, but at the same time, when you compare him to the black barrow that wins the class, he's not as stout in his bone work, he's not as level and as smooth down his top, and he's not as appropriate in terms of his hip hock to ground and how he utilizes that rear leg. He runs into a monster, but that's a pretty good kind of barrow sitting there in second place. As we drop out third, the big, stout, powerful pig that the young lady has on the ring going over there. I mean, here's one that certainly has boldness of skeleton, a big, wide, stout skulled kind of pig, big blade, big arm, big feet, big feature all the way through. We just need a little more clubby show kind of look to it. And as you can see, when that pig walks right at you, that one needs to open up in the base portion of its skeleton and have that stout skull carry down into stout kind of feet. A lot of the same things going on with our barrow that comes in 4 here. Here's another one that's probably just a little more appropriate in terms of the elevation of his front shoulder and the length of his side. He's got muscle shape up high. He's got density all the way through. That one just kind of needs a little more of a show pig clubby kind of look. He gets a little plainer and a little rounder, a little chuffier out through the front end of his skeleton. He doesn't want to utilize that rear leg. He wants to kind of quick step and pop on it instead of have that smooth, athletic, bring it forward, push it back motion that we're looking for in the show ring. As we start working our way down the line here, don't know where we're at in the pen. The young man in the white shirt here with the primarily white barrow, another one of those just has lots of power, lots of density, lots of volume, lots of capacity, and those are all good things. We like those, but when you get too much, it's hard to maintain look and style that we need out here for these show barrows. Yeah, he's got a lot to him. We need to just redesign him and rebuild him to make him cooler looking and just better in his basic pattern. Big frame, long bodied black barrow comes out next here. This one can get out and go. This one can angulate. He actually has a stout skull. He's a little more void of muscle up high. He's a little more void of muscle through the seat of his pants. As we start working our way down the line again, the Tammy looking pig or the red influence pig, you know, one of those that again, the frame size is appropriate. The skeleton is there to fill it out. You know, maybe one that just doesn't look like he has those true show pig genetics in him. He wants to run downhill. He wants to arc up just a little bit more. He wants to be a little more void of muscle. He does have some stoutness of feature advantage in comparison to kind of the Duroc influence belted pig that's on the far side of the ring here. It's going to close the class. Big, long, high cut ability. Needs more meat and muscle all the way through to compete any higher.
Okay, coming back from Class 18, Market Swine Dark Cross will be Adeline Jensen and Tucker Wolf. Next, coming into the ring, we have class number 19, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross, weights 280 to 284. Heston Van Pelt, Darby Watt, Caden Schaefer, King Rovey, Lillian Hoffman, Leslie Bothman, Garrett Booth, and Ellie Cook.
We come out here, discuss the top end of this class. The primarily black barrow, the white sock barrow there, he's the one that needs to win the class. There's just more to him. Pigs that are built from the same type and kind standpoint, frame size standpoint. But when you look at these pigs, he's just got more split in his blade. He's got more center body capacity. He's got more mass and volume when you study the top side of his skeleton. When you get him behind him, there's just a little more pig there as well. There might be just a little more unique look in the barrow that comes in second place. He's probably just a nickel better in terms of the way his neck's built on the top of his shoulder blades. His jawline probably suits me just a little more appropriately, but that doesn't compensate from the fact that there's just not enough of him in comparison to the barrow that starts the class to line him up into first place. He's a little frailer in his bone work. He's a little tighter in his heart. He's a little tighter in the center part of his body cavity, and there's just not as much pig when you get right in behind him and look from him from top down, but a pair of nice hogs there. Pretty logical to line the young man next into the 3 spot, a dense, bold kind of pig, good spring of rib, good dimension of cage. When you study this Gilt here, she's got shape to her. She's one that just doesn't want to maintain that true width of skeleton from top to bottom. She wants to round out in her top line. She wants to base narrow when she comes at you and gets away, but she certainly has some of those production traits that we like to look at. Young man does a good job getting her out and getting her shown. Another shiny, bright, well-fitted pig comes in next here from the young lady. Big back, big arm kind of pig. Looks like a show barrow should. There's a point where this one just needs to get off its rear legs better. If you could refix that hip and give it a real rear wheel alignment, we certainly could discuss moving that one up into third hole because of the power and dimension that it has. That one wants to taper off in its hip, wants to tuck and go when you get in behind it. It makes it challenging in a barrow show or a market hog show to get up any higher. 5th place here, and again, maybe 3, 4, 5. You could flop these around. Here's another well-presented pig. Young man does a great job getting this one ready from a visual standpoint to come out here. I thought when we had those final 3, that one was more jammed up in his front. That one was pushing just a little more bark, and when you get riding behind him, the deal breaker for me was that one wanted to roll off those rear hocks and those rear feet and put the pressure down on those rear hooves just a little more inappropriate in comparison. If you're just meat and potatoing those kind of pigs and working on a fit job, that guy is the one you're going to have up in 3rd place. A logical place to go next here when we talk about 6 is young man's belted barrow. Again, got a dense skull, plenty good in terms of stoutness of feature. That one gets a little plainer down his top side. That one gets a little rounder out his hip and out his front end. Needs a little show pig kind of look, but again, a meat and potatoes kind of pig, for lack of a better word. Probably have just a little more look, a little more leanness, a little more cutability in the young lady's pig that's over here to my right. That one doesn't have the skeletal dimension, the skeletal width of some of the pigs right on top of it, and we close the class out with a really big frame, long-bodied pig that just doesn't have a whole lot coming and going or top to bottom.
Okay, coming back from class 19 will be Garrett Booth and Heston Van Pelt. Coming into the ring next will be class number 20, 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross, weights 285 to 287. Cindy Southwick, Addison Schaefer, Aiden Miller, Ty Fleischman, Cruz Gomez, and Kristen Dickey.
Easy winner, the young lady out here in the center of the ring. That one just puts all the pieces of the puzzle together in this particular class. Combines look, extension, elegance of design. Looks like a show pig. Bends right in those front angles. Has levelness of top, levelness of back shape. Has good back shape, fresh back shape. Big ended when you get in behind this Gilt. She is an easy winner in this particular class. We just have more good things going on with the black pig here that I'm going to line in second place. And is that one way out there? And is that one way PC? Absolutely not. That one's just a little more average in terms of width of skeleton, muscle presentation on it. But at the same time, you got to build hogs from the ground up. And fundamentally, this pig has more good things going on. Yes, is it the widest? No. But it is square. It is true. It is athletic. It can get out and go. It's not the tricked out show pony that we're running here in third. But day in, day out practicality, we still have to have some of that when we talk about show stock. That is there. Man, there's some wild, cool pieces in this Gilt that I'm going to run in third place. She's jack fronted. She's big back. She's got that cobra front end on her. For how much mass and spread and back shape she has up high, and her cavity, she gets frail bone for me. And I mean, she's not frail compared to some, but for how much she has everything else, she just falls out of balance. She kind of comes at you a little more deer-legged like. When you get in behind her is where it's an absolute deal breaker for me. She's steep in her hip, but she's way too wide in her pin set. She's way too wide at her stifle. She doesn't have any bone to go with it. You try and breed pigs like this, you're going to make a whole lot of bad ones along the way. I'm not saying she's bad, but she's problematic. If you want to take that thing to some sort of bore, if you can get pigs out of her, you want to C-section those kind of hogs, I mean, she is big up top, and she is exactly what we want to look at from a side profile standpoint. Needs to be stouter, needs to be mellowed out. The young man that comes in here in the Stars and Stripes certainly has a good functional kind of hog. Athletic, sound, comfortable, good angulation off that front shoulder, incredible range of motion when you talk about that hip and hind leg, and just ability to utilize that rear leg and get around the ring. We get a little chuffier fronted, we get a little wastier underneath. More importantly, we need to sharpen that one up in the top side of its skeleton. Another one of those meat and potatoes kind of pigs coming out here. Just bulk everywhere, volume everywhere, capacity everywhere. You know, that barrow just kind of screams those traits. At the same time, we're probably getting a little too far in some of those things. We need a little taller shouldered, a little more elegant looking, clubby looking kind of barrow. Need to square him up in his top, need to trim him up underneath. And the young lady's going to close the class, another one of the easy fleshing kind of pigs, just maybe pushing a little more bark and not enough muscle, getting our ratios out of check. If you want to go home and take a pig home, if someone's going to buy it on a live pickup or a custom kill type deal, that's one of those pigs that you get a lot of product out of. You'll have a lot of, internal fat or muscle, whatever it is. That one's going to be a pretty enjoyable eating experience. Maybe not the best one to look at from a show standpoint.
Coming back from Class 20 will be Cindy Southwick and Ty Fleischman. Next class coming into the ring is class number 21, 4-H Market Swine, Dark Cross. Weights 289 to 290. Cade Wolf, Raylan Reedy, Luke Wade, Sierra Blankenship, and Corbin Hayes.
Black Barrow, a comfortable one to start off here, and probably the combination of the two pigs are going to follow it. But that's a neat-looking one that again, you know, if you follow this thing and if you try and breed these things, you try and show these things at a high level, it's hard to put them together like this where they have those wowie wide pieces and still have like a cool, not elegant, it's not the right thing to say about a barrow, but have a clubby kind of look, a modern front end. But that one's neck is built up on the top of his blades. He can pick his head up. He bends at the right points where he's supposed to bend at the front end on his front knee there. He's big backed, he's fleshy in his middle, he's got a big hip in him, he's sound, he's comfortable, he gets off all ends of his skeleton better than any pig in the class, and he's unquestionably the widest, heaviest muscled one that offers the most amount of look. It's kind of an easy class winner to me. I thought when the young man in the red shirt came out, like, hey man, we got one here that, you know, that can win a class. He looks like, or she looks like a class winner type of show hog here. Maybe just a little more piecey in terms of how she's put together when you study this gilt from the side, just not as quite as good a blend. But maybe more importantly for me, that one's not as stout in its feature, that one's not as wide up high, but that one doesn't kind of keep that hawk inside itself quite as good. I'm not saying she's bad right there, but she certainly doesn't do it like that black one that starts the class off with, but she's got a lot of those cool high-end tricked out pieces, and she looks like an expensive show pig. I'm sure she wasn't cheap when she was bought to start off with. We get a little more towards, you know, what we're used to looking at in mass numbers here when we talk about third place. And again, fundamentally, not a lot wrong going on with this black crossbred built that we have here. That's a pretty big bladed one. That's a pretty big footed one. That's got some shape and some muscle. That one needs to utilize its rear leg a little better for me. I'd like that one to really bring that leg up and push it back behind its stifle. It wants to get a little short and choppy when it kind of moves a little quick stepping. Maybe more importantly, we need to make that one just have a little more in the seat of its pants in comparison to the two right on top of it. A big heavyweight kind of pig here, you know, that's tall, that's long, that's got some capacity to it, you got some back shape to it, but maybe one of those that just lacks some of that club appeal that we have in some of the pigs we've seen throughout the day. And as we close the class with the young lady, another one of those pigs that does give you some of that clubby appearance, but at the same time not quite as out there as some of the others. And we need that one to just get up and drive for us. And then once it does, when this one does pick its head up, you can see we're probably not as wide as our front knee. We're probably not as opened up in our blade and have as much flat, true back shape there. This one lands last because that one gets a little steeper hipped and off in its rear leg for me. But again, if you're talking about a pig you're going to take to the rail and have an enjoyable experience with or make the packer happy, that one suits it very well. Just needs to be a little more athletic and a little bigger backed if you want to talk about a show hog.
Coming back from class 21 is Cade Wolf and Luke Wade. We'll roll into our last class of 4-H Market Swine Dark Cross, class 22, weights 294 to 300. King Rovey, Dylan Schlosser, Lily Nolmeyer, Blake Braun, Hadley Watt, Kenley Everts. If we could have all first place class winners to the show ring, to the holding pen, and we're going to keep second place in their pens momentarily till you're announced. Just a reminder that we will be heading over to the backdrop immediately following the Dark Cross with all Division Grand and Reserve. Immediately after the Dark Cross drive, we'll also be taking a 30-minute break between the Dark Cross final drive and the Gilt show.
Wide built to barrel, young man's driving, commands this class. That's a stouty that we have working out here. Still has a clubby back shape to him. Still has a show barrel kind of look, and that He-Man kind of look that he brings to the table. Gives you that presence. He runs uphill. He's stout when you start at the front of his nose, and he works that stoutness all the way back into the latter part of his skeleton. We may be able to drop his flank just a little, be ideal, but I'd rather see him just a tick tight or a tick pulled up than I would have him be overdone when you study this intersection of their body cavity. A good kind of barrel and an easy class winner. Young lady just kind of logically falls into second place. Big frame, long body, has some muscle to him, has some width of skeleton to him, has that ability to pick his head up and walk and angulate off all four ends. Young lady does a really good job driving him. Wish this one was washed up just a bit, freshened up just a bit in terms of his muscle presentation. We could really go off on him then, but she does do a good job driving a hog. That basic build and design suits me very well. Same thing goes with the one that comes out in third here, kind of the same type and kind of pig. We're looking at these extreme heavyweight hogs. A lot of them have probably been set on too long. A lot of them are probably just trying to get them where they're not too far out of whack. But you can see that's a tall-shouldered one. That's a stout-browed one. That's a wide-skulled one. He just kind of runs out of shape, just kind of runs out of belly and runs out of softness of skeleton, gets stellar and drier in his rib, gets stellar in terms of the way his top shape's presented. I just thought there was more fleshing ability. I just thought there was more true muscle shape in the pig in second and third, but that's a close placing. Awesome fit job, awesome presentation coming out here in number 4. Skin and hair quality is absolutely elite, and I appreciate that about it. Not much more you could do here. It has nothing to do with the kid's ability to drive the pig or fit it. We just need a higher quality show pig. That one gets a little more average in his bone work. He gets a little more average in his muscle shape up high and just doesn't have that true dimension, wants to taper off just a little bit in that hip. Same thing goes with the young lady next, another one of those highly fitted, highly presented type of pigs. We just need probably some of those stronger show pig genetics in it to come through, maybe just a little stronger nutrition program. You level that one out, you clean that one out through its front end, it could be a different game. And then we got a big frame, long-bodied calico pig that comes out next here in this class. Certainly that Gilt, if you add another 40 pounds of bulk to her, she would probably balance out just a little bit better. At the same time, that pottery puts her at 350 pounds, and we're kind of out of the weight limit, from a market hog standpoint. So great way to end our Dark Cross show. Let's give everyone a big round of applause as we head into our champion drive.
Coming back from Class 22 is Dylan Schlosser. We will go now into our final drive for our Dark Cross.
You guys had a very nice crossbred show here, dark cross show when you get into it, and maybe a couple of those classes were a little bit gimmies, or ones that were a little tougher or easier to get through, I guess is the right way to say it when you come down here. And in all honesty, there's lots of good pigs out here. There's a few of them that are just a little more special, and I'll kind of talk about them just so you guys are kind of on the same page as me. And it's no particular order. It's probably going to be how they come across in front of me and how I see them. But the young man's Gilt that's right there, the black and white calico Gilt. He's in a green shirt, pink whip. I think that's a Gilt that has a lot of quality, and she won her class very handily there. Another one of those stout featured, strong featured kind of pigs that has club appeal, gives you a neat look from the side. Is she a little low fronted? Yeah, probably. Does she need to be a little more extended out through her front end and cleaned up in her pole? Probably. Does she need to handle her flexibility just a little smoother? Probably, but she's still a very, very good hog. And I mean, I tell you 3 or 4 things I'd like to make better, and if you know me, it's not because I don't like the pig. It's because I try and make these things as perfect as I can, and never been happy with one I bred, drove and out here and in a ring, and we're always going to tell her we can make them better, but that's a very, very good kind of show pig. The black pig that's over here on the side, crossed in front of me there, the young man in the green shirt, that is one that from a barrow standpoint, sitting on the side of the one, proportionality speaking, that's hard to do a lot of things that pig does. That height at that shoulder, that jawline, that spread that one has down its back, but I mean, more importantly, that one turns off that loin edge into a big rib and just perfect in terms of its fill and center body capacity there for that particular pig. You get behind it, I mean, that one doesn't disappoint from a width standpoint. Does that one have enough bone and enough pipe and enough foot size, enough jaw and skull to say that is just the tricked out show pony we need to build the show around? I don't know. When you get into the big shows, that's where it's probably going to get beat. The situation you're sitting here, that one certainly comes into consideration. The calico pig that we have out front is another one that, for me, just does so many things so good. And, that pig in its class, there wasn't a whole lot else in there, and it just kind of easily won. But that one starts stout at the front end of its skeleton and maintains that stoutness all the way through, proportions extremely well, still gives you look, high presentation kind of pig. Yeah, ideally we'd like to square that one up in its front feet. Ideally we'd like to clean that one up in its nose just a little bit, but that's being, pretty critical of an awfully good kind of pig. The young lady in the red shirt here, your barrow probably doesn't have enough pig to it in terms of width of skeleton and mass with some of these I just talked about, but that Gilt that we have right out here tracking in front of us, her lines and her elegance and her look and that style and just profile that she brings to the table is so hard to do. I mean, I think she's next level in terms of the way she's put together from that standpoint. There's probably not enough pig there, probably enough rib shape for you to seal the deal, but there's certainly a lot of quality there. And the last one that I think is a little more out there is the other black pig that the young lady's driving, and a lot like the black pig in front of it. There's one that has elevation in its front shoulder. That's one that's tricked out and cool looking up through the front. That's one that's got some bend to that front knee, but can pick its head up and go and walk and operate. And that one's a little more stubborn to drive. It's hard to maintain that consistent good look with that one. That young lady does a good job keeping it together, but he's a little bit of a booger. He wants to fight the whip, wants to put his head down. He's big chested, he's big back, he's got cool show pig proportions. He's awesome to look at from the side, and unlike the other black barrow that we had there, he's stouter in his feature and his bone work. He's not as wide and doesn't offer as much spread, but he certainly has some things. Those are the ones it comes down to in this man's opinion when I go out and select your grand champion. And with that all being said and done, there's one it's going to be pretty hard for me to get on the plane right or not stand by in the picture when we talk about it. I'm not a guy that really goes out and slaps them and gets everyone all excited. I'm the guy that just kind of tells you what it is on the mic. But congratulations, young man in pink driving that Brockle pig. You got the grand champion.
Congratulations, our grand champion overall dark cross, Hagen Tippett.
We dropped the young lady out here, 457, I believe is her back tag, was second to our champion, and we talked about that one just having club appeal and barrow-type proportions and a good kind of hog, and he doesn't hurt the quality of this ring. You know, he's by far not the worst one out here, falls in probably the middle of the pack quality-wise. There's just not enough of him for me to really get excited and say he's the one to build it off of. He's just a little plainer, a little drier in terms of the way he's put together, but he has some really, really unique pieces, and maybe 2-3 weeks down the road, if you put that one together and got him in a show pig pen and fitted on him and pushed on him hard, filled in that back, you know, he could do some good things for you and do some winning. There's another one out here that I thought was very, very good. He is a stout featured, good looking one that bends everywhere you need to be, has enough of everything and still has some wow factor. It is close, but the second best one to me, young lady in the corner with the black pigs driving your reserve champion.
Congratulations, your reserve champion, Dark Cross, Adeline Jensen. If we could get our grand and reserves over to the backdrop, we'll get some photos done real quick, and we'll take a 30-minute break. Get started in the Gilt show. Okay, coming into the ring is our Gilt Show class number 1, weight 75 to 120. Cindy Southwick, Kinley Nolmeyer, Presley Willis, Punk Knott, Cade Wolf, and Riley Gray.
Pair of heaters up here on the top end, just a little more comfortable at this stage of the game with the Chester. And obviously, there's a lot of predicting and a lot of things can happen from here to there. But you talk about maybe one that's just a little bigger in its kind, a little more extended in terms of its makeup. An up-headed pig, and for this Chester breed to put one that's like that together is very difficult to do. Has some crossbred characteristics to it, still carrying the pedigree. In a good kind of hog, or even if it's a look-alike, it doesn't matter. It's hard to get an ear fold in them like that and still have them this quality. I like the length of body. It's more appropriate. The elevation of the top side of the skeleton's more appropriate. Maybe more importantly for me, the way that one comes out of its cage into its center body and how it handles its rear leg. It doesn't want to pop on that rear knuckle. Is that one void of, something we'd say doesn't have a flaw? No, that one you're going to have to keep that chest plate in it, and you're going to have to keep that pig front feet proper, maybe shoes at some point in the game, slow roll that thing along the way. But that's pretty much just what you have to do with these young pigs if you're talking about growing up to be elite show stock. For the breeds, when you compare a crossbred to a Chester, this is a more elite Chester than that is a more elite crossbred. It's easier to find crossbreds like this than Chesters like this, in this judge's opinion. Now, I'm not saying this pig isn't elite over here, because you want to talk about one that looks very, very expensive and has some of those just crazy parts and pieces that are very difficult to find. Most of the time when you find them, you can't even afford to inventory them when you talk about a show string, because that thing is stout, that thing is powerful, that thing has an enormous arm, that thing has a tremendous bone and spread. I question that one, is it quite big enough in its kind? Does that one want to pop in its rear pasture? And of course, when you slow roll that one and you play the age and maturity gain, all those things will come in check. If you talk about just straight feeding the pig along the way, how we used to do it old school, certainly the Chester has the chance to finish that way. And maybe more appropriately, as we get down into third and fourth place here, these are more the kind of hogs where basic build and design, is probably more suited if you want to play the game safe. Show pig world is a game of risk reward. The more risk you put out there, the more reward there is. There's not a big of pieces in these two pigs that come out right here. Yes, they're taller shouldered. Yes, they're later maturing. Yes, they're probably more appropriate in terms of their angles and their skeleton, in terms of just everyday in and out practicality pigs. At the same time, you want to win a show like this, and you want to have those heavyweights that win. You have to have some of those wild pieces like those first two do. I thought the young lady that comes in, you can kind of sort them however you want here. I just thought the one squared up a little better from behind was just a little smoother in that ham loin hookup area when you talked about it there. But those are two very high quality pigs. If you paid a bunch of money for them, I wouldn't say you're going down the wrong chute. They look like they're going to be better long term, than maybe right up here in front, which makes them good hogs. The young lady that comes here, I guess we're looking at fifth place. I mean, this is a very elegant kind of gilt. Her proportions are very, very good from a show standpoint. Her height, her length, her width, everything checks out. Obviously, she's got a big fresh back in her. She's not as wowing only in terms of her bone work, in terms of her stoutness of a feature that she has, in terms of arm and foot size, you know, as she takes her to the ground. More importantly for me, when you get right in behind that one, she wants to crick those rear hocks in ever so slightly. Again, that's being hypercritical of a very good pig, but that's just kind of how I see him here if you're talking about in-game type show gilts. The young lady that finishes here in 5, this could all totally turn around, and that's why we've got to buy so many of these things. That's why sometimes the $20,000 ones get beat. Sometimes the $500 ones go ahead and win. That pig's presence, that pig's elegance, and extension up through the front end, her femininity, her refinement, all those things are very, very good. She's the one that gets the most void of bone work, the most void of like that extra stout show pig club appeal that we have. But at the same time, she angles well, she's sound, she's athletic. You never get in trouble with the gilt like that. And if it all comes at some point in the maturity pattern, it's kind of winner, winner, chicken dinner because you have the good skeleton kind of hog. Great way to start off our gilt show. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class number 1 will be Riley Gregg and Cade Wolf. Next class coming in the ring will be class 2 Gilt Show, weights 129 to 172. Presley Willis, Tucker Wolf, Riley Gregg, Ella Nolmeyer, and Austin Laz.
You guys will probably think I'm crazy here because I took all those high dollar looking fitted up ones and didn't put them in the first hole. But this pig that's out here in front of you, I'm telling you, that one is a fit job in a show barn away from being a stone cold killer right there. And if you imagine that one all shined up and all fitted up like some of those we've seen, it's unquestionably that's the squarest one coming at you. That's the squarest one getting away from you. That one still offers look. That is a big-legged, big-backed one that just isn't presented quite as well today. And, you know, presentation, yes, it does go into it, but at the same time, I just don't know if I can get that one out of the first hole because that is a very, very good pig. Is that one as tricked out fronted that you need to be one of those major winning show gilts? That's probably going to be the question on her. But if you talk about one that just naturally has, with the skeleton, stoutness of bone, the correct kind of pliable center with a good cage in it, up-headed, athletic, and within its skeleton when you get in behind it, I mean, that gilt is very, very good. She's just not presented very well at all, and it's really hard to look at her. The young lady does an awesome job getting her pig fit up and ready, and I mean, I was trying to get you up in that first hole and reward you for doing that because your front 2/3 of your pig is absolutely lights out. You know, that has the look we want from the side. That thing looks expensive. That thing looks like one that you want to tie into online, or if you're at a live sale, or even me just standing here like you want to buy for your son or your daughter to go out and show. My job's to judge these hogs today and not put myself in those positions. That one's a little more opened up in his chest plate or her chest plate, so you're going to have to watch her and slow roller that she doesn't get too open there and kind of bulldog on you as you go. But for me, that one pushes the limits when you get right in behind her. She's got a big hip. Her stifle's too big, and it's hard to feed these big stifled pigs and keep their hocks inside them. I know we're showing them today, and you got to fill them up. I promise you, this girl knows what she's doing by how she's fitting in her team. They're going to take that thing home. They're going to drop the protein. They're going to starve it out. They're going to pull that back in inside. They're going to put shoes on that thing, and that's probably going to be one to reckon with down the road when you manipulate its growth pattern. But right now today, just talking about day in, day out practicality, the dirty pig's got to go one. That one's got to go two. You could flip that a lot of different ways down the road depending on how they grow. Young man does an awesome job fitting his pig, and I mean, the presentation on this one is absolutely next level. And for one to be that thick and one to be that wide and that dense and have that kind of muscle stape and still stay square and within its skeleton, that is very, very difficult to do, to get that kind of with the blade and that kind of with the pin and still keep those front knees in you, keep that chest plate inside, to keep those rear hocks and everything inside you from hip hock to ground. Very difficult. I question if this one's long enough bodied. I know we want these things, we talk about it proportion. We want them long fronted, we want them long hipped, and we want them short middled. Proportion's a thing. That one probably for me just gets a little too short sided. Now, again, if we're talking about a market hog and we're going to show this thing at 10, 11 months old, at some point that one has all the goodies that we can slow roll it into that particular pattern. If we're talking about day in, day out practicality gilts, you know, approaching this like a jackpot thing or like a breeding gilt show, I don't know how you want to do it. From a jackpot show, he needs to be third. From a breeding gilt standpoint, probably go down further. Time will tell what that one does for you. If that thing does everything that young man needs it to do and you can manipulate that growth pattern right, that one is going to be very stout and very hard to handle someday down the road. Young lady that comes in for here, you know, the second time I put you down here with a good built, good design kind of pig. You know, you talk about one that offers femininity. You talk about one that has angulation, refinement, good kind of underline. I mean, all those gilt things we talk about. What I've found breeding hogs over the years or standing in the show ring judging them, or, you know, as a dad that helps his kids feed, these pigs that aren't stout enough in their feature and don't have enough bone work, it's hard to win a gilt show or a market hog show when you get down the road with them. You want to take one home and you want to talk about the one that looks like a sow that's not going to get you in trouble and be around for a long time, mass her up and bulk her up when you breed her to the boar. That's really where I see her fit. Tall-shouldered, long-bodied pig comes in here next, and actually for the frame and extension, the weight this one's at, that one has pretty good substance to it. That one has a pretty good set of running gear. That one wants to get a little softer on its pasterns, a little more in its knee, but more importantly, you just need to freshen that one up down the top side of its skeleton, but certainly no slouch. That's a quality gilt that we have to close this class. Congratulations to everyone in Class 2. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. Coming back from Class 2 of the Gilt Show will be Ella Nolmeyer and Riley Gregg. Next class coming into the ring will be Class number 3 of the Gilt Show. Be weights 196 to 220. Brady Frame, Punk Knott, Kesley Lastman, Novalee Haney, Cammie Williams, Colton White, and Blake Boyer.
Young man in the purple kind of has to start this class, in my opinion. And that side profile and just mass that one has up high is that one has up high is what compels me to get it in there. And I love them when they run uphill. I love them when they have that kind of jawline. You know, that one comes out of its blade. It's wide and its rib shape up high. It's wide and it's forward. When you talk about it there, it blends just right where you need to be at this stage of the game. Is that the stoutest featured one that we're going to find, for a pig like this? Absolutely not. We need to stout that one up to be a stone cold killer. It's got to come at us with a little more chest floor. Maybe more importantly, we got to manage that rear hock inside it, because it looks like we could rock and roll back there at some point in the game. But if that stays together in the back end, you can probably survive the other stuff with age and maturity on the skeletal build of that hog. Elite skeleton quality that we have in the young lady in second place here. And I mean, another one of those just elegant, ladylike looking pigs from the side. Again, runs uphill. Everything fits together. Front third, middle third, rear third. Very hard to argue that. I'm a sucker for these kind of pigs right here. But in full transparency, these are the pigs I'm trying to transition my family and my show teams and even our breeding program, of selling elite gilts out to kids away from, because that pig just doesn't have enough width of skeleton. There's not enough width down the back of that pig to compete at these major kind of stock shows. She's very, very good. She is high quality. Don't get me wrong on that. We probably just need her to be a little wowier to compete with some of those barrows or gilts that we were talking about at the end game earlier today when we were judging the market hog shows. Trying to project these pigs up to them, she looks more like one that will be a better sow, breed her to the proper board to get to that point than her getting to that point. I thought the one in one hole had a better chance to do it. We certainly have more pig in the gilt that comes in 3. There's more up high in comparison to 2. That's a stouter featured, stouter boned one. She's got a bigger center in her. She's bigger back. She's wider down her back. She's more opened up when she comes at you. She certainly has more hip and she certainly has more hind leg. But with all that stuff where I say she has more, she runs into trouble. She's not as flexible and athletic off her front leg. She's steeper out her hip, and because she has all that added muscle and dimension and stifle in her early age in her life behind her, it enables her rear leg from getting out and really hinging and going good. She gets too bowy from behind, and she needs to grab more real estate and do it with more comfort from the side for me to justify moving her up. But if you like one that's got a big back, that's fitted very well and very well presented, that certainly is one that would suit you. You got a big cage, big center kind of one here, and if you want sows, that'll just be easy keepers, that's where I certainly think this thing fits. We run a couple hundred show pig sows at home, and certainly some of those high maintenance show pigs, they're like Hollywood stars. They require a lot of maintenance to go. They're fun to look at, but at the same time, day in, day out, practicality gets tough. This looks like a gilt that could suit you. Just kind of put her in a herd, mix her with 20, 30 pigs, and throw that 5 pounds of gestation down there, and that one's still going to carry some cage and some bench into her. She's got body, she's got capacity, she's got bulk. She needs to be a little better in her clubby look. Certainly wouldn't hurt to wash her up and present her a little better in a show ring scenario. We have the pattern, the build, and design that we like, from a skeleton standpoint on the gilt we have here from a pattern. That pig has the right proportions, the right amount of bone, the right amount of skull. There's good shape up high. That one gets a little harsher in her rib. That one wants to get a little round and bubbly butted when you get right in behind her. Kind of inhibits her from her rear leg working as good as we need to, but she's certainly a gilt that offers some quality, and bred properly, if you're talking about gilts, she could do some things. Big frame, long-bodied gilt coming in next here. If you got a herd of pigs, you're trying to make your pigs bigger, or you got a boar that throws moderation and throws bulk and throws power, here's the gilt you can put it on. Challenges for a big frame, long-bodied pig. She's straight-shouldered and gets a little straight off her rear hock, and that's kind of challenging to fix those things in a breeding program. The young man that closes the class there probably has a gilt that actually has a chance to make a barrow that has the right proportions and the right kind of the right kind of look and style that we have there. She's a little steeper hipped, and she's a little just harsher in her muscle pattern. From a gilt standpoint, you drop the protein down on this young lady's pig and kind of mellow that one out. Maybe she frees up just a little bit, softens up a little bit, and mellows out in her muscle, and we'd probably be in pretty good shape there. Nice class of gilts here. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class number 3 will be Brady Frame and Punk Knot. Next class coming into the ring will be breeding gilt class number 4. Weights 230 to 252. Samantha Halling, Carly Bricky, Caden Cole, Kate Rovey, Jolena Nacarado, and Dylan Schlosser.
Young man's Gilt out in there in the center ring just resembles, class winner, elite show stock type pig from the side, a little more than the rest of the class here. And I don't know if we have the perfect one to just go ahead and say, this is a hammer and the kind of crossbred gilt we need, whether we're talking about a show gilt or a gilt to go down and, be a sow down the road somewhere. But this is a gilt that has some elevation up front. She's got some look up front from her blade forward. She is the biggest backed one that we have in here, and I say that not in a bad way. A lot of times biggest backed becomes a negative when you're talking about gilts because there's too much. But she's appropriate in her back shape, her volume of muscle, her muscle texture and her muscle fiber is very appropriate. She wants to get just a little round and maybe doesn't come as square to true the way she handles that hawk to ground, but I think she's the best choice we have right here for not only a show scenario, but one that could go on and maybe generate the next generation, making them just a little bit better, a little more competitive. The build, the design of the young lady's pig that comes out here in second place is very good. That one gives you a nice pattern from the side, smooth lines, and I remember talking about this pig in class, and a lot of these pigs we're going to re-see, and we may change them around. They may not place the same. They may have different amounts of fill. They may be a little more comfortable when they come in here, and in a gilt scenario, they might be just a little bit different how we take care of them. I think she looks like a sow. I question, is she wide enough in the base of her skeleton? I question, does she have enough true muscle shape on the top side of her skeleton to generate those elite barrows or those elite market hogs? Time will kind of tell on that. She's always going to run out of gas from a show gilt standpoint, but she is one of those plainer pigs that look like she'll be a nice sow and bred properly, could generate something. The young lady's gilt that comes in next, again, she's a great showman. She's a great fitter. This gilt won her class in the Market Hog Show. Ends up third when you come in here. And for a breeding gilt, she's a rib too long bodied for me. And for a breeding gilt, she maybe just doesn't have some of those crazy, sexy pieces when you're talking about being an elite show gilt or an elite mama. You want to talk about a pig that has a chance to stay around for a lot of years and make a lot of numbers and looks like she'll be an easy keeper. That's probably her. It's hard to make them tall-shouldered, shorten them up, and wow them up just a little bit for those elite kind of show stock. Mid-centered, big cavity kind of gilt comes in here next. I think we switched drivers on this one. This one actually has some back shape and spread and mass up high and kind of has a good feminine look. Awesome kind of underline. That one's shorter hipped and that one wants to close up when you get right in behind it. Exotic looking one that comes in here next. And young lady, man, you're a very good showman. You're a very good fitter. And this gilt is cool in terms of her color pattern. She is cool in terms of her look. But I'd probably tell you if this is your breeding project down the road, I'd probably start over and get one that's just got more bone and more power and everything to it, because the cool pieces about her color and her presentation and tall shoulder, for her to go out and ever win a gilt show, there's just not enough of her. She's not stout enough, and for her to ever go generate that barrow that you're going to want to come back and win this thing with next year or the year after, I question if there's just enough internal dimension to that pig and enough of the pieces of the puzzle to really do it. A big capacious pig comes out here next, and the young man, he was a couple holes up from the bottom when he came out in his market hog class here, and this gilt, I still like a lot of things about her. She's stout skulled, she's stout browed, she has a blade, she has a forearm in her, that are certainly well above adequate. She reads with some shape. She's a little stellar in terms of the way she's presented. She's not quite as true from top to bottom, just like we talked about her before, but there's some parts and pieces there that can make her a pretty good kind of show mama if you talk about projecting her out into her breeding future. Congratulations to everyone in this class.
Coming back from class number 4 will be Dylan Schlosser, Jolene Nacarado. Coming into the ring, class number 5, weights 255 to 262, Dylan Schlosser, Kate Rovey, Carter Ray, Audrey Ray, and Amaya Cole.
Blue Gilt's going to win her class again. She was in the Market Hog Show for us, and we talked about those crazy pieces that she has. Up-headed, bendy front leg. You know, she's got tremendous amount of feature bone in her. She's got good back shake. She's good from behind. She's a little void of, you know, center body cavity, which concerns me from a Gilt standpoint as a guy who breeds these things. This is the kind of hog that, yeah, she's really cool to look at, but she's going to be higher maintenance as a whole, especially if you're raising them in numbers. Her width of chest doesn't bother me as much for a mama as it maybe it does when you talk about, you know, for a market hog standpoint. I'd like to have a few of her in the herd. I'd like to have about 50 of them with the pig that's here in second, because this is the kind of pig that naturally just has a little more to it. I know I put it in second place, but I think if you're talking about raising sows in mass numbers and having them, you certainly will have a little less maintenance with this pig with the added width of chest, the added center body that this one has, the added proportionality she has in terms of balance and design, upper rib shape and all that. She's pushed a little hard right here to get back shape in her for a show standpoint. But yeah, this is kind of the ratios that we use. You want a lot of these. You want a few of the class winners. The class winners make you famous. These are the ones that keep you in business where you can sell pigs day in and day out. But does she have enough tricked out pieces to generate that one that's going to win, or you can build a sell around or break one off into somebody for an expensive show gilt or show barrel at some time? That's the question where she lands you. But it looks like she'll make a lot of those good, solid $400 or $500 pigs. I know the gilt that we have out here was second in the Market Hog Show, and I'm going to slide her down one because she's got too big of a butt and too big of a back end for a market hog. And certainly if you're talking about a gilt thing, this is where you can get in trouble. I'm not saying it won't work because you can prove people wrong, and there's always those outliers. But these ones that look like high dollar tricked out show ponies that have big back ends and can't move and get frailer, in my opinion, over the years of breeding pigs for 25 years, those are the ones that have trouble getting up in the crates. They don't have any longevity, and most of the time they're hard to get bred and hard to get pigs out of. The white gilt that heads out next, just your typical day in, day out kind of pig. Big frame, long bodied, you know, angles real good, just not enough power and dimension. And with the skeleton in comparison to this class, and the blue one here that's going to kind of close the class, she's got an elite kind of underline. She's very refined and feminine in terms of the way she's put together from a show standpoint, whether you're making show pigs, showing show pigs. She's too in at her front knees, she's too roached up in her top, and she gets a little steep in her hip. All those things will not bother her if you're talking about making her a sow. If you're talking about elite next level show pigs, you're going to run into trouble. She needs to have some of those things fixed up.
Okay, coming back from Class 5 of the Gilt Show will be Dylan Schlosser and Audrey Ray. Next class coming in the ring is class number 6 of the Gilt Show. Weights 270 to 276. Emmett Profit, Piper Price, Avery Deeds, Millie Ward, and Lily Clements.
Top pair, they really sort themselves up into the front two holes of this, and with that being said, just more comfortable with the black and white gilt that we have out here. It has nothing to do with color. It has to do with that one being able to maintain its hock and its rear leg inside its skeleton, and she looks like a nice happy medium between a good kind of show gilt and yet a good kind of sow when it's all said and done. I mean, man, if you could inventory 100 of these things, that one actually has some of the pieces that can make you bred properly, you know, one of those tricked out show ponies. That one also looks like it could be day in, day out practicality because she's so good in her lines. She's so good in her refinement. She's square. She's sound. She angulates so good off of all ends of her skeleton. Does she have enough to her to be just an elite show pig? Absolutely not, and that's probably why she doesn't end up, you know, champion when she gets out here in our market hog drive. She needs more bone. She needs more power. She needs more just that clubby stuff that we want to find in a market hog show or a gilt show, but she's a nice happy medium from a show gilt and a sow that the young man, if you want to go ahead and breed her, I would be all in on that. The blue one, does it have some more reaching pieces? Absolutely. Does that one have more mass up high? Is that one bigger when you get right in behind it? Absolutely. Does that one have more roll and turn and depth to the center part of its body cavity? Absolutely she does. At the same time, when you get right in behind her, she wants to push those rear legs out, wants to push those hocks out, and that's kind of a death sentence for sows that don't last a long time in a sow herd. That's a death sentence when you get those things in the farrowing house of being high maintenance. We can drop these next three out. Can just kind of talk about them in general. I never want to discourage a kid from a breeding project. If you guys are doing that and you want to charge on with this, I'm perfectly happy to tell you guys, go ahead and tackle that program. At the same time, if I'm being fully transparent and honest with you guys, if you want to do a breeding project, it's time to abort. There is no quality in these three animals that are down here besides a heartbeat in them, and not being harsh on you. If you guys are going to tackle the project, charge on. Go start over with a bigger pig or with a pig that's got a little more quality to it in terms of bone with the skeleton and power, and you'll be in much better shape because it takes the same amount of work and the same amount of money to do the project from start to finish, and you're not going to be able to generate anything of any quality out of sows that are like this. They're tall, they're long, they're sound, and it kind of their advantages in there. It's going to be generations before you can power them up to make them better in show stock.
Coming back from class number 6 will be Avery Deeds and Lily Clements. Next class coming in the ring is our class 7 gilt show. Weights from 280 to 286. Rayleigh Fleischman, King Rovey, Paige Cushman, and Aiden Miller.
Young ladies, chromed up gilt out there in the center of the ring, easy class winner in my mind, and one of those pigs that we talked about earlier in the day that we've seen before, and another one of those that, man, I mean, she is so sound and she is so comfortable and she is so good in her movement. She's got a stout mug, but yet she's still kind of feminine in terms of her look and still gives you that clubby show appeal. Her center section of her body cavity is so good, and I know I beat her for Supreme, I think, but when you talk about the roll that one has at the top of its back, the spread and the mass, it's just so appropriate, and she's so big in it. And we talked about her before. Maybe she pushed her hock outside herself just a little bit in comparison to that barrow that we used to beat her. But at the same time, when you get in here, she's very, very appropriate. And being critical on them is a good thing. Those are things we want to make sure that we don't take them to a bore if we're going to breed these things long term that are going to hurt us in that area bore that's noted for doing that. You breed that one that's jack fronted and clean necked and has very good feet and hind legs. That thing has a chance to truly generate something absolutely phenomenal. And this judge's opinion opinion, if someone wants to buy that thing, do not sell it to them for cheap because she's worth a lot of money. As we go into second place here, the Yorkshire pig on the far side of the ring there. Obviously, she doesn't have those tricked out pieces like we see in our class winner, but at the same time, when you step back and just study the puzzle and you start checking boxes and you start talking about frame size, check. When you start talking about good feet and legs, check. When you start talking about bone work, check. When you start talking about muscle, check. When you start checking box of every way we evaluate a pig, that one's not bad in any areas. As she is wild and out there, some of them that we're going to see or we have seen, absolutely not, but she's kind of a fault-free, complete pig that maybe checks every box at 7 out of 10 and maybe doesn't have any 9s, but at the same time, those are sometimes ones that become the very, very best sows on our farm. Power that one up, shorten that one up in terms of her length of back, and you could really be on to something. The young man out in the center of the ring here, with the bigger middled Hampshire appearing gilt, that certainly is one from a center body cavity standpoint. That one looks like she would be a very good sow. When you get them that are that robust, and when you get them that have that kind of volume and that kind of capacity through the center part of their skeleton, and put an elite kind of underline underneath them like that, that's sound and flexible in angles. Her hips a little steep for a show gilt. Her legs get a little bit underneath her, for a show gilt standpoint. But when you get a little more arc back there, those seem to be the ones that have the best chance of farrowing and doing it all on their own. And then you put all that kind of capacity and volume in them, good things happen. Big frame, long body pigs going to close the class out here. You mate that one properly to a short-sided boar that's really stout and stocky, you could be in good shape. She's good enough to breed. At the same time, if you really want to do it, I'd probably encourage you to start over and start out with something with a little more quality like the class before, but certainly that gilt has a whole lot more to offer than those trio that we saw in the last class. Good group of breeding gilts here. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class number 7 of the Gilt Show will be Rayleigh Fleischman and Paige Cushman. Coming into the ring next is class number 8. Weights go from 287 to 325. Addison Miller, Jack Baser, Jace Palmer, Wade Palmer, and Layla Deeds.
big capacious Gilt, young man in the brown there in the center of the ring is going to win this class. And there's just more of her. Simply put, both these pigs kind of fall from the same mold. With this one, it starts off when she drives at you. She's a little wider at her chest plate. She's a little wider and truer as she goes to the ground in her knee. Her center body, you know, she has more sweep and more turn. And maybe it would work against her in the Market Dog Show to have that kind of fill in a breeding Gilt scenario or a Gilt show scenario. She's the one that has that center cage that's a little more appropriate. She's got massive spread. She's got massive width when you get up high on her, and she handles it fairly well on her feet and legs. We might have just a little neater package, maybe just a little neater in our lines. The young man that falls in second here, I think perhaps that one offers just a little trendier look up through its front end, a little cooler kind of jawline. At the same time, those ones that get a little sissy skull that want to close up on you when they come and go, generally those pigs, when they have bulk up high and in the middle, it's because of the feed program or being in an individualized show pig pen. And when you put them out in general population in a sow herd, sometimes you run into trouble with those pigs maintaining flesh and just overall practicality. The pig that comes in third, was there only 4 or 5? Wasn't there one more? Over here. Third place, young lady comes out of the third pin here. Man, this one is exotic looking. I like this pig when I get on the side of her from a height to shoulder standpoint, from a jawline standpoint, from a head and neck carriage standpoint. Another one of those that has very, very good angulation off of her front shoulder. And she's got massive width when you talk about up high on the top side of that skeleton. I'm not sure what's kind of going wrong on her because for one that has that kind of chest and that kind of presence and that kind of spread up high and width between her eyes, she kind of gets a little shallower in her flank. I don't know if she's been sick at some point, if we're holding her back on groceries and kind of making her look like that, but she kind of runs out of gas in the latter third of her skeleton. For me, she needs to be stouter in her bone work to compete with our class winners. She needs to just be a little more pliable through the flank and later part of her skeleton, but she does have some cool pieces that would translate to elite show stock. The young man's Gilt that comes in here in 4 wants to fight him. She's long-bodied, she's got muscle, she's got shape, she's a little rounder, and she's a little more terminal in terms of the way she presents her muscle on her skeleton. Her harsh rib and her extreme amount of muscle probably indicates she's going to be a challenge as a sow, but a lot of times those things just need to get out and be females and out of show pig pens too. And then we do have a big sappy middle kind of one that looks like it'll flesh easy, volume, capacity, all those things. If you want one that's just going to make you a lot of pigs, that girl looks like she can do it and be fairly low maintenance. Her skeletal design being shorter, fronted, chunkier, and then being a little off in her top line is going to be challenging to breed out of her if you're talking to make a barrow to come back here and win next year. Congratulations to everyone in our final class. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming into the ring will be our final drive for the Gilt show.
We bring our class winning Gilts out here, and Man, it's kind of cool to see how it comes together. And I just told the staff, I'm like, I don't remember judging 8 classes at Gilts. I felt like we did 4 of them. And, sometimes you get in a groove and you just get going and time kind of passes fast. And there's other parts of a show you're like, I've been through 2 classes. I feel like I've been through 10 of them. But anyhow, it's how it all works out. And I probably get a little more geeked up, judging the Gilts in this because not only do we get to kind of judge them for what they are, it kind of becomes a little bit of a jackpot scenario, futuristic scenario at the beginning of the stage where you get to predict them. Then you get to kind of see what they are, and then you get to kind of see what they ended up being and what could have been either came or what could have been didn't actually happen. So this probably fits a guy like me who breeds pigs, and obviously I'm a show dad as well, so I know what it's like to be standing on the fences. I'm a support staff for a lot of kids we play, so I know what it's like to be the jocks and everyone in the back who are calling the shots and telling them what to do. And I'm fortunate enough, to get to breed these things and know what's kind of worked for me and hasn't worked for me, and then stand in the ring here in the full gauntlet. So when you're doing these things, those 4 things all come into mind, and you fight it, and you got to get down to it too. Some of those things don't matter. What's worked for me or doesn't work for me doesn't mean it's not going to work or not work for you. So you just kind of got to step back, evaluate the hogs, and man, what is current, what is out there, what is wild, and what do we really, really like, and that's when you get down to. I think we have a very good representation of pigs out here, and in all honesty, there's a pair of them it comes down to for me that it is, and the third one would be this Chester pig that's sitting here in front of me. I think she has some cool wild pieces to her, and I used her to win that class, and I beat a really salty little chromed up gilt there or a brockled up gilt there that's got a chance to be pretty fancy someday, and that pair of them I think have a great future. I still love her a whole bunch. Is her front foot comfortable enough or square enough to say she's the one you want to build her? I don't care how big you are. If you can show them, I'm not afraid to tie him champion. It's not because of her size, but as a little pig wanting to roll off those front things, that would be the concern to me that probably makes her my third logical choice here. The other one it comes down to is a young lady I'm out of the class who, I criticized her of having a really good pig and not fitted, and she went home and she washed it. She's tried to fit it up, but yeah, it does look better. I'll give you that, and I appreciate the effort, and we got the paint and the power fill and all that stuff in that pig, and, we're working on boning it up. That's what you got to do if you want to come out these things and you want to win. We probably just needed to start that process 3 or 4, weeks ago and have everything dialed in. My guess is that pig hasn't, maybe been here too long, and that's why we don't have it fully fitted is normally what happens in these situations. That one certainly is in consideration because now that one's a little cleaner and has a little bit of fit job on it, probably people are thinking, well, he's not so crazy using that one over that wild one that was second there when I did it. The other pig that comes into consideration, for champion is a young lady, 376 over there, and, that Gilt, she's one that when she got through that 4-H show, she was high up there. She's won her class, and we've just talked about the quality that she has, from start to finish. So it is close between those 2 that are sitting right out here in front of me. Those are the ones that have the big pieces. Those are the ones that, that have some reaching power and have some things that I just think could be really, really fun. And if I bred one, the one I'm going to use is the one I would have wanted to breed. If my son's showing one, my daughter's showing one, that's the one that I would have wanted to have on a stick. If there was one I was going to sell and thought had the best future to be an elite killer when it's all said and done, it all comes down to the same pig when I do those 3 things. And as a judge, the one that I think has the most tricked out pieces and least amount of flaws, that little one out of, I believe it was our second class that's been fitted up now, that's going to be your champion. We drop our second to the champion out, and the young man in the pink here, and that chromed up gilt, man, she has so many cool things, and man, if you do this and follow this at any level, it is so hard to find livestock that are like that pair of them that are first and second in class, or a Chester like this, or get a big gilt, that's like that's over there. And I'm not taking anything away from these other pigs. There's certainly ones that have quality. You can make an argument from the side. The young man's pig in front of me, not stout enough bone, not wide enough chest, and not athletic enough off that rear leg for this scenario. barrow here, and there's pieces in these other pigs that are there. The question you have in the one young man in the pink, and it does come down between him and that bigger gilt we talked about. Sorry to the Chester, but we're still third in my opinion, if we're lining them up right here. The question with this one, yes, from the side, love that one. Coming at me, love that one. When you get right in behind that pig, does that thing just quite, good enough in that hock, pushing that envelope a little too far? Managed right, that one has a chance to be an absolute stinger, but there's one out here that's already stood the test of time, and I think is very, very good too. Maybe when this one gets to that size, it'll be better. Right now, there's still a question mark. Young lady in front of me, you're driving the reserve champion.
And our grand champion, Gilt Show, Ella Nolmeyer. And our reserve champion, Rayleigh Fleshman.
All right, so here we go. We're going to go ahead and start rolling in through our FFA final drive here. So we're going to be dropping out our division. So coming out of your AOB division, your grand champion is Samantha Halling. Let her out. Coming out of your Hampshire division, your grand champion is Kylie Voss. Coming out of your light cross division, grand champion is Amelia Ray. And coming out of your dark cross division, your grand champion is Brady Frame.
Well, it's certainly been a fun day judging hogs here, and glad, we don't have those big numbers, and we get to take our time and work through it. And a lot of shows you get to, they put you on a clock, and you got classes 25, 30 head at a time, and you got to get through 1,000 head a day, and you only get to talk the top 5. You don't get to visit much with the others. And I try to do the best job I could throughout all your shows, talking about those pigs, what I liked about them, whether they're first in class or whether they're all the way down at the bottom. Everyone has something, good that they can talk about there. Some of them have more things that need to be better, obviously, which make them place higher. But, you get out here to this champion drive, and this is a pretty salty set of them we have out here in our FFA division. And, you come to this, and I'm sure there's people who are disappointed along the way. And if you set someone else on the mic, would it end up exactly the same? Probably not, because a lot of things come down to personal preference and ties. The big pictures are the ones that really stand out there. Everyone finds those, but sometimes it's hit and miss, and you flip-flop pairs here and there, or maybe the one that lit me up you were just okay on, or where you draw the line on good enough rear leg, fresh enough back and that. But for the most part, if you put someone out here that follows this and knows what they're doing, it should be pretty close to what we have out here in this particular thing. So it's been no mystery all day long. I've tried to use hogs that are sound and functional. I've tried to use ones that are comfortable in their build, and they got a good set of running gear. But yet when you get them out here, man, especially in a champion drive at a show like this, one of your elite shows and your elite regional shows you have out here, those things need to look like salty show hogs. They need to be jack fronted, they need to be up headed, they need to be tall shouldered, they need to have big backs in them, they need to have big limbs and big legs on them, they need to have big centers. They just need to do things and have some things that are just a little more wowy over the average pig you have out here. And the cool part about that is each of these pigs for their breeds, those were the ones we had and the ones that did it. With that being said, there's one out here that just does it a little more clubby and a little more out there than everything else. Don't know who bred it, don't know where it's from, don't know anything about it, but I can tell you it's not even close. It's the best one here by quite a long shot. The dark cross right here in front of me is your grand champion.
So coming into the ring for reserve is Rayleigh Fleischman out of your dark cross division. But again, go ahead and give Brady Frame, your grand champion FFA Marga Hog, a round of applause.
we drop our reserve champion or dark cross out here, and we've talked about this Gilt plenty. We talked about her when she was in class and won, and then we went ahead and slid that barrel in front of her for champion and reserve. She just went ahead and ended up being reserve in the Gilt show there, and just another one of those that screams quality. Was she elite looking up through her front end of her skeleton? Probably not. Did she want to veer ever so slightly and get a little wide? When you get right in behind her, maybe if you want to be super critical, and that's the hard part about standing in a position like this. You have an elite quality pig, and you got to pick on them. And that Berkshire hog, just so smooth and so pliable. That Hampshire pig, from a build and design standpoint, exactly where you want show stock to be from elevation and length of body. You get into that blue pig there, and you're just talking about one that probably has just a few more extras, than that Hamp and that Burke in terms of just club appeal and being a little more modern, a little more trendy. And when you get down to it, there's still one of them out here that probably just has, not probably, there's one of them that's just a little further out there, a little more wild to look at, very, very expensive looking, and certainly one that you would want to be behind. You'd want a crown champion. Congratulations, young lady driving that Gilt has your reserve champion FFA.
So your reserve champion FFA Marga Hog is Rayleigh Fleischman. Again, let's go ahead and give all of our FFA exhibitors here in the final drive and those back in the barn a round of applause as they make their way back to the pens. Coming out of your Hampshire division, champion is Chance Lee. Coming out of your Yorkshire division, your grand champion is Audrey Ray. Coming out of your light cross division, grand champion is Kendall Tetrick. And coming out of your dark cross division, grand champion is Hagen Tippett.
And we drop our 4-H pigs out here, and we had more numbers to go through and all that, and maybe from a breed representation standpoint, we're probably just a little stouter, from top to bottom in all our breeds. And we started off with that all of the breeds division, and those pigs didn't earn the purple ribbon, I believe, is why they didn't come back out here for the champion drive. And good hogs in there, but certainly not salty like these out here. And then we followed into our Hampshire division, if I remember right, and we just talked about that guy, man. He is an absolute monster. I mean, you talk about one that is up-headed, geeky-headed, big back, and got fresh shape down there. He's got a huge turn to that rib, and he has a big cage in him. He doesn't disappoint when he comes right at you. He doesn't disappoint when you get right in behind him. There's times he wants to get just a little hesitant on that rear leg and not utilize it quite as maybe properly. I think especially the right one, maybe he wants to stab it just a little bit more, but again, maybe he's just starting to puff up those nodes a little bit, but that's being really critical of one that can handle a stiff amount of competition. I believe we went into the Yorkshire show after that, and this Gilt just kind of made her way through, just her overall stoutness within that breed, her overall back shape that she had in that breed and her hip, and she just kind of balanced up a little bit better than everything else. And she's been one since the time she came into class to champion drive to now. She's always got her mouth open and doesn't seem to want to get out here and just drive, but at the same time, for one that's starting to gas, she maintains flexibility, angulation, and looseness of skeleton, and very good how she motors off of all four ends of her skeleton. I thought she was a nice choice to win that decision, and she certainly looks like one that should be out in the champion drive when you get here. The Blues, went ahead and came next, I believe, is what we did. And again, you talk about that hamp and being tall-shouldered and having the right pattern. That blue one is very much the same. That is right where proportions, in this judge's opinion, need to be: frame size, length of body. If we can get those things elevated and keep them short-backed and have a long hip and a functional rear leg in them, that blue barrow does that, and that's where we need to be in this stock. We compared to some out here, does that one have the genuine with the skeleton to tie it in as champion? Is that one quite as neat up through the front end in terms of the way it's made, or quite as full and capacious through the center part of its body? Those are the questions that lie on it, but at the same time, you step back, build, pattern, looseness of skeleton, fatness of bones, proportionality, being the same kind of pig, you fill that one up a little bit, freshen that one's back, and man, it is really close. We finished off the day, I believe, with the dark crosses here, and that calico one's kind of where we landed at it, and that was a tough dark cross show, and this one withstood a lot of competition, and you dropped that one out here in the ring, and I talked about the presentation of that pig and how hard it is to get one fitted like that and get that white to be white, that black to be black, those transitions in there. And if you've ever done it, man, these brockled up pigs are these ones that have black and red and gray and white in them. It is hard to make them look sharp and fresh all the time, and hats off to the crew that got that together. The young man, if he's doing it on his own, even more hats off to you, because that is hard to do. Now, you set that aside. That's just a fit job, right? That is a pretty salty kind of barrow right there. That guy is massive in his blade split. He has a near ideal center cavity to him. His turn to the upside of his skeleton is very good. He's got shape and dimension and squareness, a hawk and everything. When you get right in behind him, he probably utilizes his rear leg as good as anything out here in this particular drive. Is he as stout as some of the others out here? Probably not, especially in his front feet and especially in his front knee. Is he as elevated and jack-fronted as some of the others that are out here? Absolutely not, but he's still one that I call very good looking and very attractive. It does get really close when you come down here in this judge's opinion, and I know I get to visit with you one more time for reserve, but in full transparency, there's two. It's a two-horse race when you get out here. The Hampshire pig over there and the Brockle pig that's over there is the big decision for me. There's one that's a little stouter. There's one that's got a little more coming at you. There's one that's just a little more unique in terms of look. Congratulations, young man driving the belted hog. You have the champion 4-H.
Your champion 4-H Marga hog is Chance Lee. Dropping in for reserve out of your Hampshire division is Wade Palmer.
We dropped that reserve hamp out here, and that's no slouch, and I mean that's an absolute monster that wins that Hamp division. But there's a lot of times, as a judge, you just wish you had one this good to line yourself in and to build the show around. But that lazy tongue barrow, he just does so many things so good, and his rib cage and his center body is just so intriguing to me, and just enamored by how that thing's put together. And I mean that one is square chested, that one is wide bladed, and that one comes out of that blade with a big wide back and a tremendous turn. Awesome kind of hair quality if you're talking about things that are popular right now that some of us that follow this deal are way into. That one kind of got beaten division. I mean, it run into a buzzsaw right there, and maybe we question is that one's flexibility down at its pasture and off its rear leg always ideal. And I mean maybe it could stand to be just a little bit better, but that thing is consistent and organized and does the same thing from start to finish on that rear leg from the first time I saw it in class today till now. And that just says something like that barrow may not be built with some of that swelling in there that takes away from him. It looks like he hawks in, but he can still utilize that leg, and I'm pretty impressed with that. So with that being said, before I select your reserve champion, it's the last time that we get to visit today, and we all get to go home and have some fun and do everything or relax until showmanship tomorrow. But it takes a tremendous amount of people to put on a stock show. It doesn't matter what species you're talking about. It doesn't matter how big or how small it is, and in all honesty, it just makes the day longer if they're big shows. But the work that goes into it of creating entries all the way to, we got to get things unloaded, we got to get people checked in, we got to run the tables behind us, we got to have people who are working in the back, which is a torture job back there as someone who's been involved in all these things, to the people who are running boards. A lot of kids have volunteered, the FFA and 4-H kids. So at this time, those people, they're all volunteers. They don't get paid a whole lot of money. There might be a few that do, but you might get a free sandwich that is a couple days old once in a while is about all you get out of it. They do it because they love you guys. They do it because they believe in what we're doing out here, and this is the best way to raise a kid. So before I select your champion, I ask that you put your hands together for the staff and the crew and everyone from start to finish to make a show like this happen. Again, it's been an honor to come out here and work with the youth in this part of the country. I'm fortunate I get to check off Washington as one of the states that I've got to judge in now, and shame on me for being a West Coaster and never being up in this part of the country before, but it looks like a place that I'm probably going to spend a little more time in after seeing this, and with my new job responsibilities with Linder, you might see me pop up here and there a little bit more, but it's been fun. I appreciate the opportunity. If I offended someone along the way today or tomorrow, by no means is that my intention. I promise you, I believe in this. The best way to raise a kid that you can do. One of the few places we have left in the world where you get out what you put into it, and it happens in this ring. And for that, it's why my wife and I choose to raise our kids in it as well. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Your reserve champion is the Bronco Pig off to my left.
And your reserve champion coming out of the Dark Cross division is Hagen Tippett. Again, I want to say thank you to all those of you guys sitting ringside and hanging out with us here this afternoon. Again, before you guys wander off, please go ahead and give James Backman a round of applause for sorting through all the pigs that we had today. For those of you guys that had a champion and or reserve, could I go ahead and please get you guys to make your way to